Welcome everybody to the Ember Magma League upper finals here between Hunters Association and Iceborn Suresh stands. We are one step away from getting to the grand finals here in this upper bracket before we get into the lower finals. From here on out, it is going to be fives all around here. The lower bracket semis will be a best of 3 up until the finals. So all the finals will be best of 5. So it is going to be a great match here between the first and the third seed coming out the group stage for Ember Magma. It is I, Banana Bread XD, with my co-host Tame and our glorious producer NGL Prod. How are you doing, Tame?
Doing good. Happy to be here. Excited to join the Ember team and excited to see this upper bracket BO5. I love the action. We got the Hunters Association coming in looking dominant against the Iceborn stands. Everybody expected the 2 seed to be here. Not the case. Sometimes the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seeds can prevail and make the narrative a little bit more interesting as we do square up in the Magma League upper bracket final.
Yeah, because I remember casting a regular season Hunters game. It was great things seen from them. I really hope that they can bring that level of play into the playoffs because, a lot of teams, once sometimes the lights get a little too bright and they can't really keep that momentum going into the playoffs because now it's higher stakes. It's all best of 3 and or best of 5. And right now, Hunters Association, they are the top of the top. They are the number 1 seed, 5-1. 10-6 game record. They've both Hunters Association has dropped 1 game apiece coming through into the playoff. Well, they only had 1 playoff game. They dropped 1 game against High Alert Paine Pals. Iceborn, they've pretty much swept all their games, or except against Stun Gaming. But otherwise, they've kind of started from the first round, and now they're kind of, that little podium finish here in the upper finals. And it's going to be a great thing to see because from what I've seen from both these teams, they bring a lot of high level gameplay here. So right now, this might be the highest level gameplay we're going to get up until the grand finals.
Yeah, and it's a really good chance that these upper bracket finals to sort of feel out your team and feel out your opponents as well, because there's a chance, and I've seen this happen, where upper bracket finals ends up being grand finals again then too. So if you're really confident in a situation like this, you can, as we get into draft, you can hide away some picks. If you go up 2-0, maybe you don't have to show your Exodia. Maybe you can hide some things away as we're getting into the picks and bans here right now. But there's so much strategy in a BO5, especially in an environment where you may face the same opponent again.
Yeah, especially in that best of 5, as you mentioned. Also, it's full fearless. So it's going to be, once you get to game 5, that's a total of 20. It's 20. No, it's 30 champion bans. Or no, wait. My math is mathing. It's what? 10, 20, 30.
So the bans are
40.
static, so it could be the same 10 for the whole season.
It's 50 total bans. 50 total champion bans out of 100 and I think it's 150 plus champions.
Yeah,
so
we're up to, I think it's somebody in the chat will know, it's 168 champions now, I think, or something like that.
A third of every single champion in the game banned away in game 5 is pretty crazy. It's I really like Fearless. I really like what Riot's done. And it's going to be a first pick Sejuani. Looking at the bans already, just a lot of very staple picks here. Iceborn, they're just really trying to pinch mid 2 easy here in that mid lane pool. He has been a very strong presence there for his team throughout the regular season and the playoffs. And Iceborn, they're looking to lock in that Mundo pick, and they lock that in. So far, we got 2 mega tanks in the jungle here for both teams.
Yeah, Mundo's interesting for me against the Sejuani because as a jungle matchup, he can kind of invade her early, out-trades her, does some % health damage against her, but it could also just as easily go top. That Mundo is absolutely a flex. Sejuani is always a risky first pick because if you haven't banned away the Trundle, it's the classic counter pick where Trundle comes at you hitting for 17% of your health per swing at Mach 17. And also, has all of your resistances, all of your stats he's stealing from you. So we'll see if they go on to ban that or if they're confident that the Mundo is going to go into the jungle. We'll have to see as this breaks down a little bit. Ash Sejuani, looks like we're going for some Freljord Funk in this draft as Seraphine will be locked in, I would assume, as support here.
That's such a staple bot lane duo. You see it everywhere in pro play. It's every single time Ashe is picked, you immediately follow it up with a Seraphine. That's kind of the premier duo that you see nowadays. Ashe has a relatively strong early game. Then you combine that with the Seraphine, all the extra CC. It's so hard to play into. And now, and Varus, Nautilus locked in here for Iceborn. So Iceborn really looking for a high aggressive comp against Hunter's Zoshi, kind of more stable composition here. So they have pretty good scaling, but Iceborn, I mean, I really like the direction they're going in. Iceborn kind of keeping with that trend of just pinching away. His actual name is Rudius Greyrat, but in game it's mid too easy, so that's what I'll call him. But mid too
Fruitiest
easy,
gray
they're
rat.
I don't know where that's from. It sounds very familiar,
So,
but
they
uh,
are. I like here out of Hunters Association. They're like, you know what? You're thinking about flexing it. We're just going to ban out the J4. Like, we think that you may be sending the Mundo top. So, we're going to call your bluff, ban out one of the best junglers in the meta right now. And in competitive play, I would say he's even better than he is in solo queue. J4 is. Is there any jungler more staple or more iconic than J4 in comp play? I would argue no.
oof. Outside of Jarvan, it'd have to be Lee Sin.
Yeah,
But
yeah. And in
um,
terms of comp, yeah, they're really, really pinching that Mundo. I actually really like the strategy out of Hunters Association here.
oh,
And
they're
then
holding onto that
Iceborn,
Mundo flex.
yeah, they're locking in the Mel. Mel is really good right now. She's actually receiving a nerf in the upcoming patch. I am shameful to admit that I am a bit of a Mel enjoyer. And it's pretty insane right now. You get 3 items, you land a Q on someone, and they're just dead. Like they don't get to speak. They're just dead. Since they changed how she worked a couple patches ago, her Q burst is just so loaded. I really like that with the fact that Nautilus and Mundo create that really strong front line, and that Mel and Varus can really take advantage of the space that those two champions create. I really like to see that. Lysandra, interesting as a lane matchup in the Mel as well. Uh, you could throw some shards back against her, but they're unlikely to reach Lysandra. So one of the more stable lanes against Mel, one of the less annoying things that you could play in the Mel, because a lot of champions really struggle against that reflect.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Hunter's Ocean, they got that triple Freljordi in composition. And it's going to be that Xin Zhao locked into that jungle. And like you said about the Mel, like that upfront burst damage in like the first half of her Q is just so disgusting. So we're going to see how mid to easy kind of plays this out because Iceborn, they put a lot of resources into chopping down that mid lane pool. So we're going to see if he can kind of pilot how he's going to pilot this Lysandra here because I really like it. I'm surprised they didn't really pick. I would have picked Trundle, honestly, still, just because that percent max HP grind is so good. And it's going to be Olaf here. So that Mundo Olaf is still a flex. So we're going to find out real soon here where which one is going once we start loading into the actual in-game draft. But for now, I mean, looking at both these compositions here, Iceborne, they really have a nice little composition, a lot of nice little comfort picks here, and they have a lot of go buttons. But on the opposite end, Hunters Association, they have a really staple composition that can pretty much do a little bit of everything. They have great pick, they have great peel, and they have a lot of CC. So we'll see how Iceborne play into it. But looking at both these drafts here, who do you think you would give the slight favor to in game one?
Oh man, I think that I really like Iceborne's draft because it creates so much space for their carries, and Olaf can really, like, you land a Nautilus hook or even like a Mundo cleaver. Olaf can then follow up with an axe and just run someone like a Seraphine and Ash, a Sinjal down. But on the other side, I look at Hunters Association's draft and I see a lot of potential for disengage. Sejuani ult is a great go button, but can also be used to save people. Ash R is exactly the same. Seraphine R is exactly the same. Lysandra can E away. She could take that frozen path and just leave any fight she doesn't want to be in. Sinjal has one of the best defensive ultimates in the game. So when I actually look at how these tools are going to be used, I feel like I do give the edge to Hunters Association because their tools are more multifaceted than Iceborne Stand's tools, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Hunters, like they drafted a pretty much like a full like tier one pro team here. They got a lot of good power picks out the way already. So as we start getting ready for this delay and getting into game one, we're going to take a quick little break before we start witnessing the absolute splendor that will be Hunters Association #1 seed versus Iceborne in the upper bracket finals for the Ember Esports League. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to game one of the upper bracket finals between Hunters Association and Iceborn Suresh here. And we're going to already look at both these teams and start getting some introductions real quick before we get into the meat and potatoes of the series.
Yeah, bring in the boar in the top lane. We got Vision of Empire, Jungle Jukes on the Xin Zhao, mid to EZ, the Rat with the Lissandra, Ash bringing the Frost down to the bot lane. That's Zoronos LOL, and PB Crescent singing us a hopefully song of victory. Meanwhile, over on Iceborn's side, ooh, are we even going to be able to do
Already,
that?
nice little first
Already?
one here. So,
Yeah, I think we're okay for now. We have Rainy in the top lane on the Mundo. You're not fooling me by putting your name backwards, pal. Rehurt on that Olaf in the jungle. Mel being the degenerate in the mid lane with that Q bomb coming for us all. Mani or Manny, depending on how you pronounce it. Varys looking to blight some quivers down there. And finally, a fantastic band and a personal shout out to Nautilus as Bill Murray in the bot lane as the support.
and already some quick little action going on here, but otherwise, all the lanes are relatively even-ish.
Yeah, I mean,
Looking at this
really
summoners and
aggressive
whatnot,
trades.
it's pretty basic here. But already some very aggressive trading bot lane. That's going to be exhaust onto Manny. Going to use that flash away. Going to use the cleanse. But he's going to get ran down, rooted up. And that's going to be first blood going over to Zeratos. That's Bill Murray. He's going to get chopped down here a little bit. But using the
I
dredge
mean,
line to Spider-Man himself away.
Banana, you know that you can't overstep like that on Varys early. Even when you have a good trade on Varys, his stuff is so telegraphed. Like, you shoot the arrow, you do your little burst, and then you're out. All you have is autos. Whereas, Seraphine and Ash, that slow that Ash has built in is such a good thing for an extended trade as top lane's getting a little
Top lane.
dicey. Wow, goodness.
Ooh.
They're really going at each other up there. But I just feel like that was a bit of an overstep and an overcommit out of Varys there in the bot lane. Just a little, you hate to see it. Let's just put it that way.
I mean, it looks like he's going to poke Varus. So in those extended trades, like you said, like you pop that combo and that kind of just gives free reign. So like once you pop the combo, you kind of just gotta back up a little bit, wait for those CDs, and then you can kind of look for a bit of a fist fight if you want. But nice little 2v2 there in the bot lane. Bill Murray did not have to blow the flash, so but almost every single summoner used up in the 2v2 bot, so it's a nice little gold lead here for the side of Hunters Association. Vision of Empires did go for that Comet, like I said, and he went for Ignite, so really wants to deny a lot of that healing there. But like we talked about earlier, that both these tanks kind of just fist fighting a little bit early on, and like the Sejuani does so much early base damage here, kind of pushing Rainy off a bit, but he's farming up pretty nice here and should be up CS after that cannon wave. But first Drake is going to be let's see, it's gonna be a Cloud, so nothing to write home about here. But Rehurt, we're looking to roam on bot here. Already gonna slow on PB Crescent. No, he doesn't have that flash, so Ghost Pop by Rehurt here, root on top of him, but that's gonna be a kill donated over to Manny here. It's gonna be a 1-for-1. Drake is about to spawn in 50 seconds, so nothing else to get taken from that. But it is going to be a kill traded here to Manny. So both
And
gold lead is going to equal out.
Banana, if you look at that bottom ward, there is now a control ward there, but there was not during that gank. That is so tragic because, it's so traditional to ward the Tribush. They didn't know Olaf was coming. They didn't have vision until they were already eating an axe. And when Olaf can just chain slow you by the process of just applying his axe slow to you over and over, as a Seraphine, like you said, there was an all-out brawl earlier. Sums are down. Really good capitalization on that from Olaf. I wonder if he didn't, or if he did or did not know that ward wasn't, traditionally in the Tribush. Now they're going full ham on it. They're saying, you know what, control ward as far away from you guys in the Tribush as we can have it. It's not happening again. Not today. So we're sitting at
Oh no,
1-1 now,
absolutely.
about dead even on gold. Less than 100 gold separates these teams at 5 minutes. And the top lane just continually is just beating each other down.
It's interesting that Vision of Empires went for Boots of Lucidity. Um, but I mean, Vision of Empires, he's always that kind of guy that always plays like those really off the chain champions and kind of just picks up big leads for himself there. Weak side William in the top lane, just
Weak
really
side
picking up all
William,
those.
for real?
Yeah, you like he pretty much like gets no attention, but like just gets all these leads for himself, So
I
like
just
he's gonna
imagine this
scale
guy
it
going
really
to a
hard.
job interview. Like, hey, buddy, I'm weak side William. I'm here to
Ooh.
enable your team. We're gonna get dynamic solutions achieved together through weak side William. As we
Like
will
what
see
was it? It was like
Hunter's picking up the first Drake.
yeah, like I like to watch Cage roll a lot just
Oh,
because, but mid
oh.
lane, hold that thought, Kyle. He's gonna get ignited, gonna get hit with that frozen tomb, and he's gonna get taken down there in the solo bolo. Unfortunately, Jungle Jukes gets that Drake, but does not get out with his life there. So it's gonna be trade of kills there, 1 for 1 for both sides, but it's gonna be the Drake going over to Hunt Association.
Yeah, I mean these the teams are playing this so closely. They're just like trading blows so aggressively. You love to see it. Neither team's taking this early game laying down. So if we just take a quick look across the board here, Mondo does have a bit of an early CS lead, which is kind of to be expected. Like I said, he has a very easy time CSing as a champ. Jungles and mid pretty much dead even. Bot lanes pretty much dead even. But do pay attention to those 2 kills picked up on the Varus. He will stack that tier. He'll be able to spam a lot more of his Qs. That bladed arrow is going to come at you and it's going to start hitting harder and harder. And you don't want to be in the path of that. So, gifting in those 2 kills early is pretty devastating.
But right now, I mean, if you check the gold lead, they're both relatively even in gold. I mean, the
Yeah,
Varus is
not
only
even
up like
100 gold apart.
40 gold. Yeah, he's only up like 40
Insane.
gold. So it's nothing like super crazy. Like in the end, like Ash Seraphine will win the all in. But it kind of like it depends on who pulls the trigger first, and who gets hit by the CC. Because if any ADC gets hit by the CC, then it's kind of cooked. But
Yeah,
now,
and I
like I
mean,
said, it's pretty much a dead even. But the great thing about neutral objectives is it's kind of like invisible gold. It doesn't show in the gold graph. So like getting that little extra bit of out of combat movement speed and slow resist is actually gonna be really nice for Hunters Association, especially against the Olaf, the Mundo, the cleavers, the axes, all these tools of destruction being used here. Vision Empire popping that elixir of power here, trying to beat up onto Rainy, but he's kind of winning it out. He's gonna pop that
ooh,
ghost. Vision Empire should have Q coming up relatively shortly here. Is trying to juke out all
oh,
those cleavers, but forced to use the glacial prison to lock him down and get out of dodge.
I mean, that's just a day in the life of weak side William. Am I right? That one cleaver missed by the Mundo was absolutely just a tragedy, though, because I don't even think the Sejuani necessarily Vision of Empire was like skillfully sidestepping it. It was just like Mundo kind of over predicted. Do you ever do that? You're playing and you just assume that your opponent is going to move more than they do, and then you look bad.
I mean, as a support main, I do that. As a
Yeah.
thresh main, I do that way too much. So
Oh yeah, you're throwing
it
out your
be
hook and you're just you go wide
ooh,
left as we have an
we'll
engage
hold that
here.
thought here. Bot lane, that's going to be a chain of corruption onto the Ash. Going to get hit with all the CC. 3 talent strike onto Bill Murray.
Oh,
But a flash away from the blighted arrow. No kills going over yet. And that's going to be a flash away from the encore here. Jungle Juke still looking for it. Does still have that flash. He really wants Bill Murray. But he's going to get on out there. Mid to easy roaming down also. But it's going to be a grub star here by Rehurt. And he should be able to claim all 3 there. So that lets the summoners used by Iceborn. And they will get out alive.
I'm not sure if you caught that banana, but right as Zeranos flashed, they actually used their W and aimed it the wrong way. I think they intended to W then flash like southeast, but they actually flashed and then released the W southeast. The volley from Ash, and that I
Because I think
think would
it's
have
like a
made the
weird
kill.
I think it's like a weird thing because like when you throw a skill shot out and you flash immediately after, it originates from your position. So
Yes.
like it's like a timing thing. It's like really weird for League. So like if I like pop my Seraphine ult, if I like put the flash input like right after, sometimes it'll follow me, but sometimes it won't. Bill Murray
Oh, Bill
does. They
Murray.
know he doesn't have that flash here, so he's gonna get knocked up. 3 talent strike, mid too easy coming in with the claw. He's gonna get rooted up. Who's gonna pick up the kill? Bill Murray will get donated over to mid too easy. 2-0, 4 stacks on that dark seal. And mid too easy is loving it right now. As top lane, Rainy, he's having a really rough time. Like it's like this Sejuani base damage is not really coming out as much as you would like.
No, and I mean, look at the Mundo with the 3 Giants belts. He's like, you know what? Do your percent health damage. Oh, man.
Oh, bot lane, Manny gonna use that cleanse here to no avail. PB Crescent's gonna pick up that kill as a perfectly executed dive here for the side of Hunter Association to pick up that lonely Varus.
I didn't even get to pass that one over to you. It's just like, oh, he's dove, he's dead. Goodbye. Good night. Oh,
Oh, that's going to be the dredge
comes Olaf.
line going over, but Rehurt popping that ghost does still have that Ragnarok here, but he really doesn't need it. He's going to pick up that kill. 1-0-1 so far for Rehurt, and he's going to start doing this Drake now, second Drake of the game here. So all Drakes taken pretty much right on the dime of their spawn, and the gold lead pretty much stays completely even.
I will say, look at Olaf's CS difference here. That is a 20 now. That's like a most of a full clear in the jungle. So Olaf is, with the kill, is establishing a little bit of a lead. So, and Mundo in the top lane as well.
Ooh, bit too easy. Gonna get rooted up or get slowed up a bit, but does still have that glacial path, so you're able to kind of dip on out there, get a little bit of sustain there from PB Crescents. But otherwise, he's just gonna get out perfectly fine.
Yeah, it looked like they might have got locked down, but with Lissandra, you really have to lock Lissandra down in a way that she cannot use that glacial path, like you mentioned, was able to escape there. If you CC Lissandra like right as she has that thrown out, a lot of times you can make it so that she can't reactivate it, but in this case, not so lucky.
Bill Murray, that's a crazy dredge line. He's going
Wow.
fishing. Flash away, ignite on top of PB Crescents, able to get on out there, but that blighting arrow, piercing arrow, doing so much damage there. Already got a full Yomu's, so that's gonna be forcing PB Crescents and his ADC to back off of that bot lane tower. 3 grubs, lots of plates going over to Manny here. So right now, game is going to kind of start getting up there a little bit with the gold lead. It's going to be roughly 500 right now, so nothing too crazy, nothing insurmountable. But Amundo is just a menace right now. The triple giant spell, he's kind of doing that the strat where you do like a giant belt, and then you get a Warmogs, and then you're kind of just in lane forever, and you already get the Warmogs passive. So PB Crescent's coming fresh off a reset there. That's pretty much 4 plates going over to that Varus, or is 3 plates going over to Varus. So he's pretty chunky. Just finished that the ADC quest there. So I think he's the first person to complete the quest. They're gonna spot him up on the ward, but there goes the Encore onto 2 members, as that's going to be a nice little dredge line there. Arrow on top of Manny, flash away for the 3 talent strike, barely in the nick of time, and Bill Murray will get taken down by Zeranis with the volley of arrows.
Yeah, the southeast volley paying dividends that time. They were like, you know what? I had practice on this exact aiming pattern just a minute ago. Oh boy,
mid lane, mid too easy, flashing forward there with the frozen tomb, gonna pick up another solo kill there. That glaze at the beginning really doing him wonders as he started to lock in for this best of 5. Piercing arrow gonna go wide. Jungle Jukes is here. He's gonna cut off the escape. When it becomes lightning lands, and Jungle Jukes gonna pick up that kill. PB Crescents once again, another perfect dive there.
Wind becomes lightning, and lightning just struck Varus down there. That poor Manny's just getting dove in the bot lane twice now. Just there's really nothing you can do against the mobility of this comp, and when you set up a good dive, the only thing you can really do is push the wave out. But you're playing lethality Varus. It can be hard. Varus is not the best wave clear ADC in the game to begin with. So it's like, as long as Ashe and Seraphine are pushing, they can kind of continue to dive you here. I'm looking for a big fight to break out around this next Drake. Hunters Association now has opened up a 1.3k gold lead. They're obviously got some item power spikes coming online here. Sejuani.
Oh, hold that thought there. Ragnarok going to get popped by Rehurt, but it's also going to be the pressing guard used also to get a little damage down, using the Glacial Prisoner with the snipe, as Rainy gonna get stunned up here as he's just trying to run away with the ghost. Doesn't really want to pat the maximum dose, but finally gonna use it after when it becomes lightning strikes, and he just walks on out there. But Vision Empire, he went for the Rylai's.
That's what I was gonna point out, Banana. Is that traditional? I love playing top lane, and I've played into a bunch of Sejuanis in my time, but I don't know. You see a lot of Fimble winner. You see a lot of stuff like a Heartsteel. I just have not personally seen a Rylai's on a Sejuani top.
Oh, because a W scales with AP but does physical damage. That's really weird. So
I mean, it makes sense. It's just I've just never seen it. Pull out my stats here, and it's simply not built. Let me just put it that way. Rylai's looks like it's built in sub 2% of games on Sejuani top. It does not mean it's bad.
We got a 2%.
They're building towards their win con or towards their team comper here.
I
And
mean,
it does make sense. I mean, you get
I can't
HP,
knock
you
it.
get additional slow.
He's dogging Rainy. He just
Yeah,
knocked half his HP purely using the flail. So
look at those
hey, you
bounties that
can't
just
knock
came
it.
online on Hunters Association because the tower went down. So now four of their no, three. One just fell off at the four. it's it's proving me wrong as I speak. But four members of Hunters Association now do have a bounty on their head, which is
Really,
you would really love to see some cash ins on those bounties because I mean, the gold lead isn't very different. Here we go. Maybe they're going to come in and cash in on some of those.
as Jungle Juke is here to help, as that's gonna be a full Rylai's on that Seraphine. So much CC, so much utility already. Third Drake of the game going to be spawning right on the dime here. So that means team fight galore. 3K gold lead 400 association, but they have no prio, no real good vision on that Drake here. But now they're going to force to walk into the blind, into the river. Jungle Juice going to get chunked up a little bit with the Eclipse. But Dredgeline onto the Seraphine, gonna get hit with everything, and that's gonna be reflected back on Core as the fail engage will signal for Iceborn to continue doing this Drake. So they'll pick up this Drake, one for none, and it's gonna be two Drakes going over Mountain Soul in the name of the game here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough angle there for Hunters Association, even though they're like slightly in control of the game. Sedge is just going to knock down a tower up there, which is just going to extend that lead a little further. And that CS gap that I mentioned earlier is now negligible. It's 12, it's 17 minutes. Both top laners CSing very, very well. One thing to notice though, Olaf absolutely is opening up a clinic on terms of the clears. But two more KP on the Xin Zhao, trades for some of that CS. But look for a monster Olaf to be running you down. He has that stride breaker now. You get that activated on someone like the Ashe or the Seraphine, or even in the right situation, the Lissandra, and you have an angry Viking just beating you down. Now, what I'd really like to see from the Mel here is just sort of like, come online, start contributing to these fights. But Lissandra is making that so hard with that Glacial Tomb just locking down Mel and just, those two solo kills. Ooh, little cheeky backstop there in the middle lane. I was predicting a big bombastic fight at the Dragon. We didn't get it, but this game has to feel like it's going to break open here in these next couple minutes. The top laners cannot sit up there and just play tiddlywinks the entire game. At some point, someone is going to die in a team fight. I think that's a bold prediction, but I think I might be right.
I mean, it's got two super beefy tanks. We'll see who will die first.
Ooh.
But, ooh, nice little reflector by Keyhole.
Yeah, that actually, yeah.
So,
the Lissandra shards can be reflected if you're close on map.
I think you can reflect the glacial path also. It's like
Yes.
it's weird, but you can reflect it also. So honestly, like for Keyhole, like this is gonna be like something that goes against all intuition. Like just walk into the glacial path and just reflect it back to kind of deny that engage. That's kind of like it goes
absolutely.
against all intuition, but
The
yeah,
tough
it's not
part
too
is
bad.
that at this point in the game, for every time that reflect is off cooldown, Lissandra can use glacial path 3 times, and I do mean literally 3 full times. So
Yeah,
you still have to be careful, as we are going to see Manny lose his shield there. Oh, Bill Murray.
oh, flash forward there. That's going to be an encore only onto one member. PP Crescent's going to get engaged upon Ragnarok going to be used. As the Crescent Guard's going to die a lot of damage, but the Viking will go down first. Arrow on top of Bill Murray, and that's a Glacial Prison from downtown. Bill Murray will get taken down mid, too easy picking that one up. The wave going to get cleared mid, but Rainy's still top lane, going to take that knockdown all those plates. And Herald is free for the taking for Hunter Association.
I mean, Olaf is that champion where once he commits, he has to get in, and they actually did some fantastic focus. Hunters Association did of the Olaf there. He's in, and then he can't get back out. What are you going to do? You're just going to keep attacking. That was really all they could do. But the focus fire on him and the lack of support that he got was really, really good out of Hunters Association there. Because like I said, he has pretty good items right now. He's sitting on item and a half, pretty well farmed for this point in the game. And then he thinks that he can take people out, and he can, but not when 5 people are just focus firing you down with that much intensity. And it is Mundo is trying to take advantage of that in the top lane, like you said. He's getting a good push going on there. He's going to be very beefy. 2 items that Heartsteel's starting to stack. Just finished boots. There's going to come a point where the Mundo will just go toe to toe with the Sejuani and back off and then just regen to full with the Warmogs. And at a certain point, he's starting to want those trades with the Heartsteel. He's saying, you know what? Yeah, you do half my health in 3 hits, but I'm going to walk away and regenerate it. And you're going to give me like 30, 40 permanent health, which makes me hit you harder. Sejuani opting into the support second item there, letting you use your abilities more, letting you keep people closer to you is the name of the game. So Sejuani's really going more into the like, I'm going to help my team out role, the sort of secondary support for their team here.
I think you might be thinking of a different item. Protoplasm, it just makes you like beefier. You just get free healing, tenacity, little burst of healing, and all that mumbo jumbo.
Yeah,
But ew.
it's considered a support item still, right?
So it's technically considered a tank item. It just supports build
Huh.
it more because it's very economical because you get a mix of resistances from like your core tank support items, so like Locket or Bandle Pipes, and then you immediately build a Protoplasm, and then you're super deceptively tanky because you're on a support salary, unfortunately.
Yeah,
So
I was playing some Shen Jungle recently, and it was very, very good for a couple patches with that exact item.
oh,
Oh,
that's going to be an engage onto the Lissandra here. Nice little crescent guard to help heal him out. But Ragnarok is going bananas here. Jungle Juice forced to flash over the wall as knock goes onto Zerandos here. Mundo is still pushing forward. Gonna pop the passive here as Rehurt's gonna start up this Drake on full vision. Now Vision Ember is finally grouping with his team here. Let's see if he can do anything there. Gold lead pretty much completely negligible at this point. Both teams pretty much neck and neck. That's a Glacial Prison right on top of the Mel. She'll flash away, ignite right on top of her. And that's going to be the rebuttal onto nobody. As Nautilus will be the first person to go down there. As that's going to be Zorando's going on a killing spree. Does land that first cleaver. Passive gone from Rainy. Still does have that maximum dosage, so able to kind of keep pushing if he wants to. But that's going to be sole point for Iceborn Suresh.
yeah, I mean, they are down a little bit of gold right now, as you can see by the scoreboard, but they just keep stacking these dragons. So they have a clear win con. What that does, Hunters Association now has to fight at the next one. And if you get there early with the threat of like a Nautilus or, Mundo just standing there being a body, Olaf running down your squishies, if they can get in there early and establish some vision before that next Drake, which will be about 28 minutes, uh, that's going to be pretty devastating for Hunters. I don't think they want to lose a Mountain Soul into like an Olaf. Like, oh my goodness.
Oh,
Oh, mid
mid
too
too easy.
easy.
He might have made a little bit of a mistake, but that's going to be a nice damage going to Keyhole. It's going to be another solo kill. As the arrow comes through, barely missing. The cleaver not going to land, and mid too easy gets out perfectly fine in the 1v2 outplay.
Mid too easy is just kind of clowning on the matchup this game. I hate to use derogatory language like that, but they're making mid look too easy. I don't know any other way to put it. Like, that was a wonderful outplay there, and then dodging the Mundo cleaver at the end to really secure that up. As we are seeing Reherd in here, just clearing out the jungle, just grabbing his stuff. But you don't want to see that given up because a Fed Lissandra is pretty devastating. They do have the Malignant, so their ult is going to be available very frequently. They have the Leandries, I think very smart, building into the anti-HP. It does enough damage at the squishies, it doesn't matter. But everybody else, like the Olaf, the Mundo, the Nautilus, are going to be taking big damage from that Leandries. Oh,
And Rainy just going to take that tower in his face here. Does have that Seeker's Arm Guard, does have the Frozen Tomb to heal up a little bit, so just able to back on out there. But that Rainy is going to start kind of becoming a bit of a menace in this side lane here, so he's going to be a bit of a problem. Hard to match him here. Or like you said, like mid too easy, he's real strong, but really we just need to see a full team fight here. Vision Empire hasn't really grouped for one short little team fight mid, but otherwise like he's kind of been late on all these objectives. So really Hunter Association not really being super objective focused this game. They have a pretty sizable lead, but they're not really leveraging it to the fullest extent here.
yeah. I mean, wouldn't it be tragic if I was actually wrong when I said that somebody will die in a team fight in this game? And it actually just turns out to be completely wrong.
Yeah, I mean they're both. I mean Mundo 0-0-0, so 1-0-2. It's kind of like I don't know, man. They kind of just been in the side lane all game. Anytime that Rainy shows up, he's always too late. And then Vision Empires. I mean, he hits the ult. He hit that one ult. So, that one ult was good enough to secure himself a kill. So, next Drake spawning in about 2 minutes here. So now Hunter Association on a bit of a timer. You really don't want to give Mountain Soul to 2.5 tanks here. So it's
No,
going to
I
be a
think
little bit
that
of a
Hunters
rough time.
Association has a loose grip on this game, meaning like that they're not commanding the game, but I do feel like they're slightly favored here. But they are forced into that timer, like you said. So if they don't play it well, it's going to be real ugly for them because like the game could flip here. The kills, you get that feeling in the game. Like you don't see the gold graph, obviously, when you're playing the game. So when you're seeing 12 kills to 5, you're probably thinking you're down. You're not realizing as much, but then those souls, the dragon soul chunks, make you feel hopeful. Ooh,
That's nice,
Vision of
nice little
Empires just keeps
chunk
trading
damage.
and trading and trading. But yeah, it's so crucial. Like I do think the game really hinges. In fact, I think probably not a hot take, but I think whoever takes the next dragon probably takes the game. To be honest.
Yeah, like the biggest thing for hunters, like they just need to like put more prio on objectives. Like they're showing up so late, they're just giving up prio. Like you said, they don't see that gold graph, but like you look at the kill score, you look at your two biggest carries are 5-1-1 and 4-1-2. Like you have to play around them,
Yeah.
get that priority, kind of start looking for these fights, force fights. You have so many go buttons
Well, there
as
they
Hunter
are. They're
Associate, like
opening
we
mid
said,
right
they're gonna
now
start.
before the Drake.
Yeah, they're gonna blast through mid here. Drake's gonna spawn about 20 seconds here. Rainy, level 17. Yeah, he just popped level 17 here, and Vision Empires, he's just about to pop level 17 also. So there we go. Gonna get a little chunk off, but Mundo doesn't care. He goes wherever he pleases.
Uh-oh.
Warmog's used, but Keyhall, he's gonna get jumped on once again here. 0-4-1. He's having such a bad time this game. So that means full prio on the Drake here for the side of Hunters Association. As clearing some vision around the Baron for Iceborn. I don't think they can really force it with a lethality Varus as Hunters or Iceborn. They're just gonna keep pushing on mid here a little bit. They finally knocked down the mid lane tier 1 at about 27.5 minutes. Fifth Drake of the game claimed by Hunter Association. So now the gold lead, like we said, like it's not really anything. It's just kind of the execution of the fight. It's not really how the players are spending the gold or how the teams are
Yeah.
kind of just
Now,
playing the map.
mentally, if you're in this game as the Iceborn stands, you're probably feeling like that's pretty devastating. You're seeing that you have less than half their kills. In fact, they're almost tripling your kills. You just lost a Drake. You probably feel like you're down what 5,000 6,000 gold if you're playing this game, because again, you can't see it. So like that mental thing is probably you almost feel like you have to play a losing game at this point. Like, oh, we can't contest, or I'm saying not that that's every player's mentality, but some people do get into that sort of mire where you feel like you're more behind than you are. As we are going to start shifting some attention over towards that Baron here, I mean that really does hurt for the stands to not be stacking that soul right there, and then the next couple. Oh, here we go.
Oh, flash forward. Still going to get hit with a stun, as that's going to be a nice little encore there onto two members, but the Ragnar are going to deny a lot of it. BB Chris is running straight into the backline, going to pick up one, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 so far in the team fight. Glacial Prison onto the backline, onto the Mel. Going to use that rebuttal, not going to reflect any mid too easy. Finally going to get taken down here. No time to use the Glacial Prison on himself. And that's going to be a solar eclipse there. Double kill going over the Serranos. But Manny doing so much damage. Mundo going wherever goddamn hell he pleases. Going to land that cleaver. Jungle Jukes will finally get taken down here. Trying to heal up as much as he can. Trying to get the Wind Becomes Landing onto Manny. But Jungle Jukes popping that Starex. He's going to be still healthy a little bit longer. But he does have that blue smite. So able to just run on out there. Rainy just keep whiffing all these cleavers. As Rainy heals up to full HP. As they get full prio. Trying to knock down that mid lane tier 2 tower, but being a lethality Varus means you can't really push it too crazy, and I stand a little bit corrected. That's going to be demolished there by Rainy, so they knock down that mid lane tier 2. Next Drake spawns in about 3 minutes. Baron's still up on the table, but
They
now
are
gold
picking
lead.
the Baron.
First little lead here for Iceborn.
I mean, can we just take a second to talk about how Mundo just rampaged through that team fight? Like, that was absurd. He walked down and chunked Lissandra like 80% of her health in just one cleaver and one auto. Lissandra was then forced into a panic state, and then the Iceborn stands just started taking advantage of that and just started like bringing the cavalry in. It looked like they were in full retreat, and Mundo's like, nah, I got you guys. We're good. We go where we please as a team. He was really the hero of that team fight there for the Iceborn stands, as we do see him driving his Bentley around the rift. So I think he's definitely earned that executive level card here. 255 stacks on the Heartsteel. Nothing to scoff at Banana, as he is going to be, working on his fourth item and also has some MR. That's a scary, scary doctor. And I don't think an
Oh,
apple a day is going to keep him away. Honestly, I think you're going to need some Leandries, maybe a Blackfire, maybe some Blade of the Ruined King.
yeah, I mean they already got some grievous wounds coming out there, and the only pickle with um Hunter Association's team, as they're gonna start this Baron on top of full vision. Reher is on the other side. They're gonna spot him out now finally, but that means they're gonna have to back on out there. It's gonna be a 4v5 actually, as Vision Empire is still pushing in that bot lane with the teleport. But yeah, like you said, like, Rainy is really strong. Hunters don't have a lot of tank shredding ability. As I say that, the LDR just gets completed for Zeranos, but again, like they don't really have that tank shredding ability there, especially with that Varus constantly raining down the artillery from afar. Same thing with Keyhall, and then you have Nautilus, Olaf, and Mundo just running in your face, and that's a great thing about Olaf. Like he thrives in those chaotic fights, so he's able
Absolutely.
to get that one kill and trade one for one. That's pretty good here. It's not that bad because now they're down that crucial support pick here, and you don't have all that utility. So now they're kind of just playing on the edge there. Zorano's forced to flash forward. They try to pick up a kill onto Manny, but just that Varus is chunking. He's hurting. As full prio on the Drake here by the side of Hunter Association. Vision Empire walking a little bit too far forward here. Does still have that passive, so not going to get chunked too crazy. Rainy on the side there, trying to play around there. Dredgeline going to whiff there, unfortunately, as the piercing arrow's not quite landing. As now both teams vying for control in that Drake River here. As lots of damage coming through there from the Varus. So now it's going to be Hunter Associated playing on the back end. They're playing in their court, in their jungle, but they are not in the right place. The Dredge line going to land. All the CC lane on top of Vision Empire. And he's going to get taken down. And that's going to be a 1-0 trade there. That's going to be full soul, mountain soul there onto 2.5 tanks and the rest of Iceborn Suresh.
Anyone keeping track? This is the 7th time since 20 minutes that the gold has swung from one team to the other. Some of them are negligible, 100 gold, 200 gold. 7 times in 13 minutes the gold has swung. We are now up 2K on the Iceborn stands as they do head to the Baron. You got to feel good about them taking this here, right? I mean, Vision of Empire is their main engage. He's not even back online for a full 20 seconds. Like, do you even contest? And I think the answer is no. I think they're just ceding the Baron here. There's just not enough tank shredding on the side of Hunter's Alliance. Like, it's just not coming online. Like, I don't know. Do you think is Ash going into, what is it, Bork now? Would it be, or you got to have something that
Yeah,
shreds?
it has to
No.
be a Borg. It's definitely a
Oh yeah,
Borg.
yeah.
But
One hit.
I don't know, like this Sejuani build isn't really working out. Like you need a meat bag to tank the dredge lines, because if anybody gets hit by it, you're kind of cooked. Or
Yeah,
whoever
and
gets
I'm
hit by the chain of corruption.
starting to understand as we get deeper into this game why Rylai's might be a 2% build item, because you think if you're really needing to contest here, you almost think that you want to go into the Leandries there. Because I don't know how much of the slow they really need versus the ability to melt some of these HP bars. Leandry is one of the better items in the game, one of the highest win rate items in the game on patch, and oh my goodness, this tower is just melting. Banana, oh my goodness.
Yeah, triple
What can they
grub
do to
with the
stop
Baron
him?
buff
Hunter's
here.
Alliance.
They
What
don't.
are you
Their
going
wave
to
clears
do?
are super great. The piercing arrow doing so much damage as that's going to be Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto Rehurt. Does still have that Ragnarok. The Dredge line right on top of Sejuani. Jungle Juke's going straight on in. Resin Guard. That's going to be a nice little onto the back line. Encore the 3 members there. Hunter Association Rainy running through the tower. And he's going to get rooted up. Going to get chunked up, stunned, and everything in the between. Going to pop that maximum dosage. The healing up to about half HP. But now
Wagyu!
Ash is going bananas as she's going
Wagyu!
to walk on forward there. Does have that volley. And it's not going to do enough as Rainy heals up to full HP
Oh my
again.
god.
It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade here in that bot push. The piercing arrow not going to land teleport in by Keyhall, as that's going to be a route on to Manny here. Going to have to be a little bit careful. That Seraphine does hit a little hard. Serenos playing on the edge there with those volleys, trying to do as much as he can for his team. Checking his goal. He does not quite have enough for the Blade of the Ruined King here, but they really want to try to defend this turret. No real good wave clear, as that's going to be the Chain of Corruption onto the Sejuani. Lots of damage coming through there. Piercing Arrow not going to pop those Blight stacks, as Zeranos getting chunked pretty heavily there with the Radiant Volley from the Mel, and that will push the rest of Iceborn Stance Suresh off here as they pick up a nice little Baron power play there, bringing their lead up to about 5k.
Banana, Mundo just tanked like 6,000 plus damage in one. Like, you're looking at post game stats, you're like, oh, I took 28,000 damage this game. I did good. Mundo's taking like a quarter of that in one fight and is just walking away and coming back to take more. Like, he is out of control. Level 20, while Vision of Empire is still level 18, I think is a big story of this game. I think that you're right. I see it looks like Sejuani might be going to the Leandries here, but we're going to have to see if it's too little too late because, they got some towers with that Baron. Inhib is open. How do Hunter's Alliance manage to contest the Elder that's coming up here in just a few moments? Like, how do you really even walk into that? What do you walk in with? They had 4 people pouring in full DPS into the Mundo. Yes, I understand he only got away with like 200 health at one point. That was very unfortunate, but how do you really deny them the area, and what do you deny them with? It would have to be something like a fantastic glacial prison coming out of Sejuani, catching something like the Varus, catching something like the Mel early, or just a misposition coming out of the stands here. But it just doesn't seem like it's happening. Like, they just don't seem like they're giving an inch on the positioning right now.
Yeah, Zeranos, he has a lot of gold in his pocket right now. He's about 2,500, so he's able to get that Bork on reset here. But I don't know. I think a game like this, instead of going PD, I think Runaan's would have been absolutely amazing.
Yeah,
You
I
got
agree.
three, you
There
got
would be
three
so
meat
many
heads in the front
opportunities to use
line.
it.
You just apply so much of that slow to everybody in the front. Um, but right now, I mean, Ice or Hunter Association, they're really trying to kind of get the map back into their hands here. Lots of grievous wounds. Bork already built by the Ash, but that's going to be a depth charge onto PB. Kretz is going to get caught out right a minute and a half before the Elder spawn here. Teleport by the Mundo, so it's going to be a 4v5 on the map for the next 45 seconds here. Unfortunately, PB Kretz is using that flash, so let's see what Iceborn stands can do here.
Yeah, I mean, they're really just going to have freedom to set up a complete line of vision on them. Oh my goodness, Mundo's health bar is so large that it's segmented into like darker and lighter.
Yeah, it's like fusing into one
Yeah,
big
he's
health
got like
bar.
a 20 stack Cho'Gath health bar.
He has 7.3k HP
Mother of
with
mercy.
a Dead Man's, Swifties, and a Randuin's, and a Spirit Visage. This Mundo is so hard to kill. Being Ash being the primary tank shredder right now, it's I can't really envision like her getting through this Mundo. Like that Mundo is chunky. Rylai's are or Leandri's coming through for Vision and Empire here. So you got 2 Leandris here. So we'll see if they can burst through that. The Mundo not building a lot of MR here. So we'll see if those 2 Leandris can do a little bit of work. So for now, both teams vying for control into that Elder Drake here. They're gonna have to walk in blind. That's gonna be a nice little damage
Oh,
onto mid too easy. Depth charge onto the Seraphine into the back line. Exhaust on top of the Olaf here, but he's gonna Ragnarok his way down as mid too easy going into that Zonya's Keyhall gonna get jumped on once again here, almost surviving with the Sunder Sky as the Randos isn't even able to blast through the Mundo. He gets ran down solo, and it's only Vision of Empires alive here. It's gonna be a 4-for-1, and it might be an end here as a teleport coming through for Keyhall. They really want to try to end this game. Vision Empire trying to stall as much as he can, trying to clear that wave, but being a melee tank AP mage thing, you
oh
can't
my
really do
god.
too much here as the GGs are coming through. Rainy gonna tanking up the tower a little bit here, trying to end this game as quick as possible as these oh man, those towers just went down so quick. Vision
Oh
Empire's gonna
man.
do nothing
Oh
but
baby.
watch his Nexus get laid to waste as he gets chunked out in his own fountain there. And it's going to be game 1 going to Iceborn Suresh stands.
Absolutely impressive. Just dominance there at the end. I mean, the Mundo just became not the story of the game. He became the game. And just a shout out to him as well for Rainey just looking for some great angles, really great flanks. I think that's one of the best things the top laner can do in League, especially in the current meta, is look for angles into fights. And he found 4 or 5 just absolutely beautiful angles into that game. Iceborn Suresh stands well earned victory. And those early drakes transitioning into that mountain drake just proved to be kind of the nail in the coffin there for Hunters Association in that game.
Yeah, I think like the biggest thing for them is just having more synergy around objectives because that game it just showed like an absolute lack of like objective control. They got the grubs, they got the first Drake, and then after that they kind of just gave everything away for free and kind of just blindly walked into. So I'm looking at the stats now. Over under 65k damage tanked for Mundo.
Oh man, I'm gonna say he
So
tanked.
hold up. The next highest was 30. It was 39.9 for Sejuani.
I gotta say more than 65K.
It was 70.9.
Oh my god! Like I told you, I was not exaggerating to say he took that like 6.5K in one team fight and just walked away. Like holy cow! And you know when the team of Hunters Association didn't really have the comp to really burn through all those health bars, and when they started realizing that they needed to, I think it was too little, too late. The shopkeeper definitely had some advantages there for the Iceborn stands. Going into game two, though, I think Hunters can really clean it up. I don't think that they did anything grievously wrong. I think they kind of got outcomped and outscaled there at the end. Like you mentioned, heavier priority on objectives if they want to win. Absolutely. Better synergy of your use of abilities around the objectives. And honestly, just kind of getting there a little earlier and looking for lane prio, especially Banana, with how far ahead mid 2 easy was, I think you could have taken a little bit more advantage of that than they did.
Absolutely well said. Nothing I could say to make it better. But after a very dominant game one victory for Iceborn Suresh stands, we're going to be taking a quick little break before we get into game two. So we'll see if Hunters Association can bring it back or if Iceborn Suresh stands will go up 2-0. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Just a quick little recap there. A very dominant game one victory for Iceborn Suresh. So they will go 1-0 up in this best of five series. So already we have 10 bans out the way here. It will be Sejuani, Ash, Seraphine, Lissandra, Xin Mundo, Varus, Nautilus, Mel, and Olaf off the table here, plus an additional 10 bans from the current game. So we'll see how that goes. And like you mentioned in the middle of the game about mental, the biggest thing for best of fives is just mental. Like if you get absolutely dumpstered in games one and two, can you hang on to that mental to last through the rest of these games and kind of dig into your pockets to look for more champion picks as like all these champion bans going through here. Like we mentioned, a third of the champions is going to be gone by game five. So now it really brings into question, you really got to kind of brainstorm a lot more. How much prep have these teams done? And draft will start very shortly. But after that last game, what do you think? And how do you think this direction of the series is going to go here?
I mean, you're absolutely right when you point out about like the mental. That has to be kind of crushing for them. They had a massive lead on both their ADC and their mid laner, and they weren't able to convert it into a victory. Your two carries did their job, and they just couldn't have it like cycled into a victory here. So we're going to get into draft. We're seeing so far the same first ban, Gwen, you know, tank shredder, terror in the top lane. Gwen is immune has been a meme for years in the community at this point, but in terms of carrying this into the next game, Hunters is opting to stay on the same side. So I think that they really have to just clean up their game, prioritize objectives, get there early, make use of your carries. Like if somebody gets really far ahead, prioritize them. Make them somebody that becomes the conduit to carry you to victory. I mean, the word carry, literally. And, let them put the team on the back. I think mid too easy was absolutely smurfing in the early game and last game. And if they could make a better use of that, I really do think that they could win this game. And like you mentioned several times, they're going to make use of that by taking their carries and making them show up at Dragon. When you have a 2,000 individual gold lead and you can smack somebody with your wallet, all you have to do is be there. As we are seeing tense mid lane bans coming out of Iceborn. And I don't blame them. Mid too easy played so well. And they're still going to take a mid pick first. They're saying, you know what? You're knocking down my champ pool. I'm locking the victor. Suresh stands answering with a Galio. Really flexible character right now. Can go to multiple roles. Let's see where they do end up playing it. Red side gets the second pick here as well. So looking to see, I was going to say maybe support or jungle, but maybe we've seen both support and jungle depending. It's hard to tell. The Galio, they had some flex picks in the first game, so I don't want to just say automatically he's going mid.
It's gonna be a Zaya Rakan's 100 Association off rip. They definitely came into this game pretty prepped because those are very fast picks here, like off rip. Mid too easy getting that victor here. He's gonna have a great time into the Galio, but Iceborn, they pop that little signature combo of the Nocturne Galio here. You have somebody dive in solo, and then you have a Galio ult on top. And Iceborn, they're really pushing into that scaling territory with the Smolder pick here. So Iceborn, they kind of have a bit of an identity going on there, and both teams kind of know exactly what they kind of want to run through with the draft here. It's going to be that vibe pick. So Iceborn is going to start banning away those champions that can really lock down that Smolder.
Yeah, I mean, Smolder does kind of become inevitable at a point too. So it's all about how much you can stop him stacking. I'm not a support main as you are, but how is Rakan specifically and Zaya at stopping a Smolder from stacking in the bot lane? Is that something that a Smolder would love to be into, or would he hate to be into that?
Like, I think Smolder would like that really, because like with the thing is with Zaya is that she kind of depends on people to run into her, and Smolder always likes to play on the edge, on that right on the edge of that auto attack range with the Qs and the Ws. So Smolder really gonna like this lane, honestly. Like he should have a great time here on it, and for that, I think for that bot lane, like you should go Smolder plus Enchanter. So like you go something like a Karma or Melio to kind of deny that lockdown, that burst onto the Smolder. And that Smolder is chilling the entire time. Like the Smolder is gonna have a great
Yeah,
time with farming all game. So Zaya Rakan blind pick, specifically to counter Nocturne's always a little bit rough. So like if you pick something like longer range than Xayah, so like a Ezreal, a Caitlyn, something like that, it's super rough to play into, and especially if Iceborn don't pick any more like crazy dive like like an Alistair or something like that. Like Iceborn, there this composition already off rip looks pretty crazy. And I stand corrected to pick Leona.
I mean, yeah, we yeah. So that kind of almost feels antithetical to what Smolder wants to do in this lane, but it could be comfort. It could be that they have a different plan, or it could be that they're cooking up something for the fifth pick. So it's interesting to see here what Hunter's locks and where it's going to go. Particularly, you notice five, arguably five top lane bans, as we are going to see the Amumu locked here. Good synergy with Victor, good synergy with Rakan. Pretty easy to execute jungler. Don't hate it as a pick here.
Yeah, I mean it's a pretty decent pick. Like you have a lot of lockdown for this Smolder if they can really get into that backline. But Iceborne, like right now, they pick another like beefy tank in the top lane. It's gonna be really hard to get on top. And Hunters Association, they anticipate it, and they're gonna pick the Gnar. So to ensure that whatever tank that Rainy is playing is gonna have a really rough time
Yeah,
because Gnar is known to kind of just blast most champions, especially tanks there with that the hyper procs.
really like to see the Gnar as a blind pick too. I mean, it's going to be a good nasty Gnar in the top lane, almost assuredly. There's very few things you can answer this into and feel fully confident in. You know, it's we're not in solo queue, so you're not picking like cheesy, corny things. You need something that benefits your comp that you can play with as a team. So I've actually loved that Gnar last
And
pick
it's
there.
gonna
And
be
Yorick, there,
Yorick, so that's like a Yorick is like a old school. He's like a pseudo counter because
yeah,
like once you get the ghouls up and you pop that the mist onto somebody, like that does a lot of damage for Gnar onto Gnar, and you kind of out sustain it with your Q also for Yorick. So
and
it's a
worth
nice little
mentioning
pseudo
too,
counter.
you can also force the Narbar with the goals, like hitting him and force him to take extra damage when, because you know normally a great Nar player is going to be as in control of his bar as he can be. You can throw mist at Nar when he's almost at bar, and then just kind of force it out and walk away, or use the Wailing Wall on Yorick and just kind of be like, okay, you're in Mega. I'm gonna say bye. Have fun, buddy. I'm out of here. And then late game, obviously, Yorick will super push. Not even close to the tower taking ability there. However, the stands last time relied on their top laner as a team fighter. We really need to mention this because of how relevant it is, how many angles Mundo found. If they are now relying on their top laner as a split pusher, who then fulfills that role as the engage? Who fulfills the role of the flanker, the one starting the fights? So that's actually a question that they're going to have to answer with this comp pretty early in the game, I'd say by the second Drake.
Yeah, I think like I mean Rainy, he was split pushing pretty heavily, and he was doing pretty well early. So I think like for Rainy, like just off rip, like your first impression of him game one, like knows how to leverage a side lane lead, but also knows when to group. So I really think like with that macro presence, that Rainy will have a great time with this Yorick. I mean, you win the side lane against the Victor Gnar, and then um and like the thing is, like Iceborne, they have two globals. So that side lane threat is always so prevalent. Like once
Yeah,
those ults come up, anything post six is so hard for Victor to deal with. And Gnar to a slight extent, but he's a little tankier. So really, like Iceborne, I really like this comp. Like we talked about it, it's either you play an enchanter to help the smolder kite, or you play four meat bags in the front to deny all the engage. And that's exactly what Iceborne did. So you have a Yorick, you have a Nocturne that's probably gonna go Bruiser, you have a full tank Leo, and what I'd assume is a full tank Galio, which is usually the thing. You go like um Hollow Radiance into
yeah,
the the Rift Maker. So you're very tanky while also pumping out a lot of damage and having a lot of sustain. Hunt Association, I mean, the comp is very comfort. So we'll see like which one's going to prevail. Like, is it going to be a draft diff or is it going to be a player diff? Because for Hunter Association, they have really like individual lanes aren't the worst. Like the only real like decent lane is mid lane for mid to easy, and we saw how he did last game. So we'll have to see how that goes here as we wait for this delay to go down. We're going to see if Hunter Association can take a game off Iceborn, if Iceborn are going to go up, and they will make their way to the grand finals. We'll be right back. Welcome everybody, and already we got some crazy shenanigans here right as we load into the game, and that's going to be first blood going over to Rehurt there for the side of Iceborn. Suresh stands here, and already it's off to a really rough start for Hunters Association, as the first wave is going to come in here bot lane, and that's going to be a lot of extra XP already missed here, so Zeranos going to have even a worse time now with that level difference.
Yeah, I mean, before we even got to intro the game, pretty much there was already a kill, and it's going, you know, onto the Nocturne, who can immediately convert that into something useful, like a great champion to have some gold on there. As they're saying, welcome back to the game. We just won the last game. You mentioned, Banana, how important mental is. That can't feel good. You elected to stay on the same side. You're confident you can win a game on this side, and then you just give up first blood immediately after losing a game. So, how do they turn this around? How do they keep their mental in check here? It's not going to be through the mid lane, as you can see. Victor's poking down the Galio already. He's going to have to be their weak side William this game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Key Hall. I mean, the great thing about Galio is like you kind of just chill out a little bit. It's kind of like every tank range matchup. Like you just hate your life for like 15 minutes until you get your first item. But already, I mean, like we just said, like those Galio base damage is pretty crazy. He went for that face rush instead of the Aftershock there, but that's gonna be a flash away by Zeranos here. PB Crescents does have that E, so able to get on out there. Gonna miss on that grand entrance. So once again, Rehurt really just kind of doing the same rendition of game one, really just looking to focus that bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, and why not, right? Like you said, if it works, just keep doing it. And you're not really going to be supporting your Galio here. York doesn't have a lot of kill pressure early, especially when the Gnar can just kind of hop and bounce away. So why not focus that bot lane? Because unless Yorick lands the Dark Procession, he doesn't really have a lot he can do early. And then see, even when he does, Gnar's just like, all right, I'm out. So obviously we mentioned the merits of the Yorick into the Gnar, but early game, Gnar has a lot of escapability and the ability to sort of evade ganks. So yeah, I would look for Rehurt to be bottom every couple minutes until 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty much pre-6. Xayah is having a really rough time. So really kind of just put everything into that basket. Try to accelerate the smolder. Because looking at the stack count, he is at 15. So not quite super high yet, but once you get that first reset, get a little CDR under your belt there, you'll be kind of just chilling out a little bit. Manny is gonna kind of have to back up a little bit there. Does not have flash, so gonna have to be really careful. PP Crescents doesn't have flash either. So gonna kind of force Manny away there. Like we're kind of like seeing the same thing as we saw game one. Like you get that gank early, bot, you get the kill, and then you kind of just leave Manny alone a bunch. So
Yeah,
he kind of just
basically.
kind of fend for himself. But being a recon, like the engage is pretty really easy to choreograph. So like I said, like he just barely misses. Like it's so hard for them to punish this smolder early. So he's now ironically he is at a CS deficit, even though Zeranos did die level 1. So it's a slight gold lead in favor of Hunter Association despite them getting a kill. So most of it being in that mid lane, of course, that melee range matchup. Manny barely just dodging out on that Feather Storm. Or the
Blade Caller.
Blade Caller, yeah. I always get those confused. But
No, I
no.
do too. There's a lot of
Nothing.
skill names that are just like there's
They all
like the
kind of look
community
the
name and
same.
then the actual skill name,
I think
But
like we both called that Lysandra Old Glacial Prison, even though it's called Frozen Tomb. But
really?
they all kind of yeah, dude. Like they all look the same. They kind
I
of
do.
blend
Yeah.
in. It's like League of Legends brain rot. Like it kind of just
I mean,
blends in.
honestly, Yorick, it is a ghoul wall.
Ooh,
Oh,
Jungle
hold on.
Juice. Gonna spot out Rehurt on that recall. They're gonna get feared up a little bit. Damage coming through, but the bandage toss coming down, and that's gonna be a knock up, not quite onto Rehurt, but he's still gonna get taken down. PP Chris is gonna pick up that kill as the hero's entrance coming through there, trying to protect his
A little
team.
late.
But
For that.
wait, Keal went Ghost? Okay. That's very interesting. I've never seen that before.
Ye-
So gonna get put to a bigger deficit mid lane here. But it's gonna be a nice little kill going over to Hunters Association there. Unfortunate that it did go to PB Crescents.
I was just, you know, not sure he wanted to take that fight as deep as he did. Maybe just take the couple autos and back off, as the first Drake is actually going to go over to Hunter's Association almost assuredly here. But another one on the Yap scale, Yorick's wall is called Dark Procession. I have never heard anyone in my life, casters, LCS, wherever you go, I've never heard it called anything but wall. I don't think I've ever heard the word Dark Procession in my life.
I honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you, I couldn't spell procession. There's a nice little grand entrance onto Manny in the bot lane there. So once again, I mean Manny kind of being left on his lonesome. So like again, kind of putting him on these champions that do pretty decent in a weak side.
Oh,
Manny,
Manny,
I think he disconnected or something. As he just
Manny,
walks straight into the great entrance here, he's gonna get taken down. As Bill Murray also disconnected.
no.
Wait, oh my God! Somebody DDoSing everybody on Iceborn. Oh my God, that was we just got like 4 straight disconnects, or I think that was 5 disconnects. Oh my God, they have to be in like a gaming house or something for them all disconnect like that. That's very very unfortunate.
Oh
But
my
now,
goodness! If
like I
you guys
said,
see,
but yeah, they get finally get the pause through.
they said it
So
was they don't live together. If I don't know if the stream can see the chat or not, but like, yeah, it's they said, "Do you guys live in the same house or what?" And then they're just like, "No, like server side disconnected, only our team."
like he says, let's have a banger game, knowing very well he's playing Smolder and that he's going to become Thanos later on. So it's gonna be a great time here as we once again have always having spectator delays after a pause. But now, I mean, it's a pretty good lead now. Like, Zeranos got a nice little plate bot lane, gets a kill, so he's up roughly about 500 gold. It's a 2k gold lead for the side of Hunters Association here. So right now, I mean, it's kind of like again, this is kind of like literally the same thing as game one. Like they have a lead early, but we're gonna see if they can kind of leverage that going into these Drake fights because they did get the first Drake here, Grub spawning in about 40 seconds. So they might be able to claim that one here. Jungle Jukes is here for the gank. Banish toss
Ooh.
landing, and that's gonna be right
Ooh.
flashing away right on the edge of the Curse of the Sad Mummy as a oh my God! I was trying to say procession, but you can't say that in quick succession. As Brady is trying to run away as quick as he can. There's no more mana on Jungle Juke's gonna get wall up there and knocked up into the wall, right on jumping right on top of his head like Mario Vision Empire's picking up that kill.
You know, dark procession in quick succession is something.
That's the bar. That's the bar. And that's gonna be a solo flare mid lane. Nice little knockup, but it won't be enough. Bill Murray picking up that kill. Ignite right on top of PB Crescent trying to save his mid laner, and he will not do that to no.
So, you know, they're not going down without a fight here. Picking
I
one
need to
up.
clip that right now. That's going on the reel. Ski Hall's
They're
taking
picking one
additional
back
tower
up here.
shot.
So the gold lead still remains about 2K and a Drake. So, you know, really unfortunate what happened to the stands here. They won't be standing Riot's server after that. That's absolutely for sure. But, you know, they're not going down without a fight. Picking a kill back up. 3-2 in kills. This next Drake is going to be pivotal. Fairly dark around the pit for both teams. There's a control ward sort of hugging the river on both sides of the pit. Serenos,
Serenos, he's looking for that solo kill. Doesn't quite land with the blade caller. There are 2 members of Iceborn in that bush. There, they really want to look for a pick onto somebody walking by. So they're just gonna have to reset now. They can't really fish for a play. Kind of wasting a lot of time there, honestly. But Jungle Juke's not going for that. You know, like you said, the Amumu build. He's just going for the the regular old tank build here. And same thing with the Gallery. He's going that what is the Hollow Radiance into the Riftmaker. So it is about a 2k gold lead still for Hunters Association. They're having a great time. But like this is the exact same thing as game one. Like they have a nice little lead early and then like they don't really like translate that lead into anything meaningful. So like really
well,
I
I mean,
again like
yeah,
you just need to see them leverage that lead that they have. Like you said, like they can't see the gold, but like you just kind of feel it in your gut. Like you're up
yeah.
20 CS in the mid and the bot lane. Like you gotta kind of know it.
Psychologically, it does change how you play too. Like even if my team's up and I feel and know that they're up, there will be times where like, oh, I'm down 30 CS. That means I'm like way behind, even if I'm not. And even if I say got a plate, you don't always calculate that immediately in your head. League is an emotional game. We are all inherently emotional. We all process things differently when we play. So the way that you feel affects the way that you play, and that's, I think, a really big story that could be looked at in the first game. That's why sometimes if you can get into another team's comms or get into their head and just understand why they made that decision, it's huge. Is Manny taking a little cheeky trade on the Recon there and backing
Oh,
off if we
jungle
are starting
jukes.
to posture
Gonna
for the
get
second
spotted
break?
by the Leona, but the Leona's a bit on her lonesome here, but Rehurt gonna come through slowly now. Bill Murray gonna get CC'd up. Soulfare not quite gonna land the stun. Hero's Entrance gonna land now. Only gonna knock up one. It does have not have the curse of the sad mummy exhaust onto the Nocturne there, as I unfortunately have a bit of a stutter, as it's a flash away over the wall by the Galio there, flashing forward. Zorano's going to pick up a double kill, and it's going to be the Drake claimed by the side of Heroes Association, plus 2 kills.
The gravity field out of the Victor there was very clutch. Locking up the Nocturne when he didn't have the spell shield and really just like slowing that fight back down. It looked like it was going to go the way of the stands once Galio came in. Victor just said, you know what? Nope. We're getting rid of Galio. I'm going to zone. And that's what Victor is so good at. He's one of the best zone control mages in the entire game. Gives up some range rather than being a siege mage. He really controls areas. And he did it beautifully in that game. And, it really kind of sucks to lose the maiden for Yorick at this point in the game, too, when you guys are starting to fall behind. It's almost a 4K gold lead and a 2 Drake lead here. So we're getting to the point at 11 minutes where the con almost becomes the other team making a mistake. Scally will stop the back lane there. He can't do much with that mana bar, but
It's like now this game is a bit of it's a different tale now, because now they're actually like getting prio like around these objectives.
yeah.
They're playing really well with them, and they're kind of fighting as a team. So like that's really nice to see. That, because like the great thing about best of fives is not just like a mental thing. It's like how well can you adapt? Like you're playing against a team for a potential 4 straight games in a row. So now you kind of pick up on these little tells here and kind of try to adapt as much as you can against the enemy team there, as the Rage does get popped a little bit early top lane. But for now, I mean, can't really count your eggs before they hatch there, as the
Ooh.
Gnar right into the Rakan there. He's going to get knocked up and charmed away from his tower, as that's going to be the Nocturne ult into that mid lane also, as you see on the mini map there. They're really trying to kill this Yorick, but he's sustaining so well there with the Q, as Bill Murray going to get stunned up a little bit there, but the Chaos Storm just going to get a little tick on him there. So no kills going over mid lane, and both sides for both teams, no real play to be happening so far.
You know what that was? That was a Narbar Nar into a Dark Procession in quick succession, and Yorick manages to survive. Like, just insane. And sorry, yeah, I had to say all that stuff. I had to.
Now you just gotta have we just have to have a prod, just put a beat over it, start
More like just
here.
mutiny instead.
It is how it is. Mid too easy. Gonna get stunned up a little bit there, but I don't think they have enough damage to kill the guy, as the rest of the team come through. As the first bandage shot's not gonna land Ignite on top of mid too easy, but he's a pretty healthy dude. Bill Murray gonna get knocked up, no flash, no Ignite, and he's gonna get taken down. Here's who's gonna pick up that kill. And it's gonna be a mid too easy picking up another one for himself there. As a lot of active plays from Iceborn, but not a lot of damage to be had.
Extending that lead closer to 5K as we do hit that 14-minute mark. It's becoming increasingly difficult for the Iceborn stands to get back into the game here. So we are seeing
Gnar. They have such a good scaling comp, but
they're
just making so many active plays that don't really pan out, As just as I say that, Hall gonna get caught out there. Because 2-man taunt by the Gallery. Huge entrance, point blank in their face. And Curse's that might be out to 2 members. Zorano's LOL is gonna go absolutely ape. I almost said it. As Manny gonna get taken down by mid too easy. It's gonna be a 2-0 and a 6K gold lead at 14:45. And the objective bounty's just spawning now. Drake won't be spawning for another minute 30. It's going to be an Infernal Soul this game. So this is something that Hunters Association really like to see there as the stars start aligning for them.
They're going to grab this tower too, which, just isn't something that really helps at all when you're already sort of bleeding out. WinCon here may be like the late game Yorick being able to play the macro like he did last time, but otherwise, I mean, you're looking at it, it's almost 8,000 gold lead now at just 15 minutes. It's like at this point, they can almost, I know they joke about like NA RAM and stuff like that, but they can almost just gather as a team and start just slapping them with the wall and just walk to the objectives as 5 and say, we hope you find us. Please find us. You know, I mean, we're looking at stuff like Leona being down a level on a recon is very difficult. Like Leona so far behind, that's your engage. They're just going to blow up at this point when everybody has so much gold. You just die. And even Gnar has a level up on the Yorick at this point. So it's like, where do you attack them? And the answer to me, I think it's almost has to be side lanes. You have to find an in. You have to find something as they're just letting Zion knock down another turret. Not that they can say much, but bounties, Banana, on all 5 members wearing laurels right now. That is crazy at this point in the game.
And like, I honestly like in this game, I really don't see them being able to claim it anytime soon. Just because like Smolder, looking at the stack count, he's only at about 130. So he hit the second breakpoint. Like we're 16 and a half minutes into the game, so not really gonna hit that 20-minute, perfect CS breakpoint there to get that execute. But I mean, the longer this game gets stalled out, the better it is for Iceborn. So right now, we're not going to count our eggs before they hatch. But first items coming through for a lot of members of Iceborn here, so they're gonna have a little bit of a better time there because a lot of these champions they really kind of thrive once they get that item, that first item breakpoint. So they're gonna have a great time there. Mid to easy. He's just walking in a 2v1 and he doesn't even care because he just knows he's so strong. He just walks into their face, has that tier 3 Merc treads. It's gonna be soul point claimed by Hunters Association here, and they're gonna have a great time as they wait for that additional 4.5 minutes here for that next Drake to spawn for that soul. And right now, it's going to be a little bit of an engaged mid there, but Keyhall going to pop the Hero's Entrance a little bit too early there, so nothing really to come out of that cooldown being used. But they do deny that the rest of that Rift Herald push there, so a couple plates going over to Iceborn, or Hunters Association, and that's going to kind of be all she wrote there.
Yeah, I mean, the question is never to disparage a team, but this one it's very very difficult for Iceborn to come back in this one. The question becomes: do you sort of just say, "Hey, we got DC'd. That was tragedy," and I don't want to say go next because obviously competitive integrity. Everybody's trying their best. You want to learn when you lose. Obviously, what can we learn from this game? We can learn that Zaya's about ready to knock down yet another tower. That'll be 3 just for her alone. But do you keep your mental intact by just saying, like, that was a really unfortunate circumstance? We did our best with our draft. Let's get some power picks in the next game and let's head into it. Not saying this one's over yet. It's not. Until the Nexus breaks, I've seen crazier stuff. But just sort of postulating and sort of trying to get into the head of Iceborn here. Oh
Oh,
boy.
Bill.
If they
No,
walk over,
Bill.
oh no.
Bill,
Oh no.
no!
Bill Murray, no!
He's gonna get taken down to 4v1. Zorano's gonna pick up that one. But yeah, like you said, I mean, it's not over till the Nexus explodes, and it's not over until the Smolder with 225 plus stacks dies. So we're gonna see how
That's
that
also
goes
true.
there. As the Gnar into the wall there, but gonna use the paranoia into the top lane, flash away there, as does not have the Stride Breaker yet, so it doesn't get that slow there. Rehurt. Vision Empire's doing a great job kiting him out, and he's gonna get. Oh, he just barely lived there. He's just a single digit HP. Vision Empire's gonna get the hop once again there. Rainy trying to get that heal with the Q, and it's going to be a 2v1 outplay for Vision Empire.
Holy smokes. Hey, Vision of Empire, if you got a video editor, you might want to throw that one on your reel, bro. You looking for a scholarship or something like that?
Gotta hire the LPL Socials
Just
video
saying.
editor.
That was an absurd outplay. That was one of the better Gnar plays I've seen in quite some time. Honestly, dude, huge props to you for that outplay. That was just disgusting. As the gold lead is extending out to about 10k here. Nash is already being pinged by Rakan. So you can't. Why not just go on spawn,
I think
right?
they burn it really quick.
Yeah.
With,
oh my goodness. Yeah.
Gnar,
absolutely.
like Gnar, mini Gnar plus a Moo passive. plus a Zaya with a Navori and an Essence Reaver is gonna get that Baron's gonna get shredded.
And don't
Like
forget
there's no,
Victor,
I think
double
doesn't live.
burn,
Oh yeah, plus like
double
Victor
burn.
double burn, 2.2, 1 and 4. Oh man, that Baron gets burned down. Like honestly, I think they just started off rip.
Yeah,
It's a 9.5k gold
it does
lead.
look
PB
like they're gonna
presence.
look for
Yeah, like
something.
look at it. He doesn't even care. He's just clearing wards in their face, knowing very well they can't do anything. Paranoia on top of that Nara here. They didn't learn their lesson from last time. Curse of the Sad Mummy. Also two members. Nocturne gonna get knocked down first as Zorano's gonna pop the Blade Caller here in the back line. 2 kills going over already. The stun onto the Yorick as Zorano's pulling another Blade Caller. He's doing so much damage. Anar into the wall, not quite gonna get the stun off as Keyhall gonna just try to run away for his life. They're flashing away with the Ghost. Manny gonna get flashed on with the Death Ray. Gonna get autoed down to death with the Airy. And it's going to be a 4 for 2 in favor of Hunter Association as they start up this Baron here. But gonna be a little bit careful. Keyhall could bring it back possibly with the steal here. If he steals this, it would be absolutely crazy. He's gonna spot it out. He knows they have no
What's the Galio to
jungler, but
do?
gonna use the Winds of War and not gonna look for the steal. It's gonna go over to the side of Hunters Association. They're gonna have 5 members with the buff. Nope, unfortunately Mumu just respawned like a millisecond
Yeah,
after. But they're gonna have 4 members with the Baron buff here as they jump to an 11k gold lead on Soul Point. Soul spawning in 30 seconds.
yeah. I mean, you got to be thinking about just running at that with the Baron. I mean, you do when you're wearing purple, you get a stat buff as well. Everybody thinks about the minion push, but like it's not just the push power that you get out of that. You also get some extra stats. So I mean, they're already winning. Why not just go grab a soul, then take your royal purple right down mid lane and claim your throne, which is that nexus. At this point, I think the game plan for Hunters Association has to be looking to close this out after the soul. You don't want that smolder to stack. We're going to go ahead and take a look at that smolder real quick, and I'm going to see 193 stacks at the moment on smolder. So you are approaching a point of concern. Not a point
I
of
mean,
doom by
he
any
has
means if they
IE,
do pick up the soul. Yeah, I mean, it's a point of concern.
but I think he's gonna start building what they called rapid fire cannon.
Of course,
So I mean, he'll
absolutely.
he'll have the range. He just doesn't have the pen. Get through everybody else, unfortunately.
The
As
the question
Keyhall
then
gonna get
becomes,
caught out
oh,
here, but it's gonna be a full set by Iceborn, and it's going to fail! It's gonna be immediately 2 members getting blasted here, as Manny gonna get flashed on with the charm, and PB Crescent is getting a double kill, what? As the lovers duo gonna pick up a duo themselves there, they both get 2 kills apiece, and it's going to be the end of the game here. The Hunters Association, they're just gonna run it straight down mid lane, as Iceborn kind of finding a easy way to FF by just kind of looking for
yeah.
a good play there.
It just looks like one of those ones where you're in like solo queue and it's like, well, my teammate died and they're gonna flame me if I don't help. And then somebody else is like, oh no, both my teammates died and they're gonna flame me if I don't help. And the last guy's like, well, everybody's dead and I feel very alone and isolated and vulnerable, so I better go help.
Yeah, I mean, like the first game was kind of like, I don't know, it felt like a mix of like a throw and like a slow burn. Like this game is just complete domination. Like 18 to 4, 15k gold lead at 23 and a half minutes is crazy. They got a soul right on spawn. And, yeah, like you said, like we don't want to be Debbie Downers, but I mean 15k is 15k.
And I mean, if you're just joining us, in case anybody's just tuning in now, it's worth noting that all of the Iceborn stands disconnected for a full 20 seconds at the exact same time. And they're not sharing like a gaming house or anything like that. They live in different locations, and it only disconnected the one team, which did result in 2 kills, I believe, and an
I think it
almost
was just one.
2,000 gold swing.
I think it was just 1 kill. It was
Okay,
it was
one
on
kill,
Manny.
2,000 gold.
Yeah, like I don't know. Like, honestly, I don't know where the 2k gold came from. It was only like a 20 CS deficit mid lane. Like I don't know where that 2k came from.
Yeah,
Like he got he got 2 plates, I think,
yeah, 2 plates,
and
a
then
kill,
he got a 2 plates, a
free
kill,
farm in every lane.
and like
Yeah,
a
they
little
even said
farm.
somebody in the chat did say they're like, oh, Smolder missed 3 waves. I mean, you
3
figure,
waves. That's
yeah,
I think what. Yeah, let's do some math here real quick. Let's do some math. So each plate about like a buck 40
buck
or buck
20, yeah,
50, a buck 20. Yeah.
yeah.
So what? That's about 240, and then a kill. Like a base kill
300
is
against
300.
this.
So that's like about five something right there off rip. And then three waves, that's what? A
About
caster is
220 a wave.
14. And then assuming there's a cannon wave in there, which there was, I think. What,
Yeah,
a cannon's what? 60?
57 at this point in the game, 60. Yeah,
57? Yeah, like so each wave is roughly like a buck 20-ish. So let's say that. Like that still only adds up to like about a K. And then
but
after
it's
that, like I
happening
don't know
at
where the
every lane in the
rest of it.
map at once, I guess. And
I
then the
guess
time it
so.
takes to get back to lane and everything, and
See, we're talking about synergy here. That's perfect synergy. Every single lane got ahead at the exact same time. So now gold lead goes up to about it's still about 15K. So it's not really
it's
going up,
really
but
hard
it's
to
it's
extend a
the
gold
same.
lead beyond 15K because at 15K it basically means the whole map is gone. Like,
This is like a
where are you getting more?
20K. If this is a 20K game, like we're talking about mental. That's pretty demoralizing. Like you win like a game one, and then like you just get completely blasted game two.
And then
Like
you got to think too that Nocturne Galio is a classic combo, and it's got to be something that they were prepping or planning to bust out in the draft. And so you take that and you think that you're using that to protect your smolder, and then you lose. You haven't just lost like a mental edge in this fearless environment. You've lost one of your main tools to participate in the game. Like a draft is a tool at this point in the game with fearless. It's more important than ever. And when you get iced out, it sucks.
oh
Oh, the
wait,
maiden.
hold
Oh, the
up. As
maiden.
it's combo
Everybody look
coming through, Manny
away.
is going bananas here. The cursor is set, mumming on the three members. Reher going into the back line doesn't get exhausted. The first kill going over to Reher onto Jungle Jukes, 2 for 2 so far. Manny is still pretty much full HP there. As the tick burn, the double burn going through, as they're trying to peel the smolder as much as they can. Mid too easy is gonna get executed, but the stun comes through in the last second. Mid too easy
Ah!
barely lives. Serenos is still alive. It's gonna be a 2 for 5 ace here. And Hunters Association, it looked a little dicey at the end, but they're gonna get a 27-minute victory here. 15K gold lead, and the Nexus will fall. The series gets evened up 1-1 apiece.
That is one of the biggest arcade storms I have ever seen. That thing, that thing was like bigger than a Galio ult, and Victor was just chasing everybody around with it. Absolutely wild to see in that game. Complete domination. Less to talk about that game. The story of that game is a lot more apparent than the first one, unfortunately. Uh really wild stuff there to see as we do even enough 1-1. So we're getting at least 4 games. We're getting at least partially a banger. If we go 2-2, we get some silver scrapes or maybe silver scraps of what's left of the draft as we're, like you mentioned, banning out 50 different champions as this series goes on. It looks like Rainey did select red side here. So it looks like we're not gonna swap up and we're gonna be taking a break.
Welcome back, everybody, as we jump straight into the draft for Game 3 between Hunters Association, Iceborn, Suresh stands. As my team said before we went on break, both teams have, or Iceborn have opted for red side, so absolutely no change for the first 3 games. So I expect to see the same 3 bans, honestly. And, like, really? Like, for a game like this, I think a game like this is a great time to whip out the Draven.
Yeah,
Manny has 1.4 million on Draven. And I don't think across like my 6 accounts I have any singular champion that goes past like maybe like half of that, like half a million. So already both teams, I mean, the same exact bans, so nothing too crazy. Mid too easy. I mean, all these bans are thrown at him, but he's very comfortable just off rip, just picking whatever champion he wants. So, he has a champion ocean, so it's really hard to kind of pinch that out there because all the champions he's played so far, he's really good at them. He's very comfortable on them. So maybe Iceborne might need to, switch to a different strategy here. As Hunters Association, they banned away the Zaheni, so very interesting pivot away there from the game 1 Ari and the game 2 Sylas.
and
So
they're
Iceborne, they're gonna look to ban away the Vi here instead of the Ari here. So kind of the just daring mid to
they're
easy
oh
pick the
wow.
Ari, and he's gonna pick that up.
This is one of those things where when you leave something open, the big question becomes, do we then automatically lose because we gave somebody who's excellent at one champion their one champion? Obviously, less of an issue here in the Magma League where we're in a higher elo. Lower elo, you never let the person have the one champion they're really, really good at. Ari, fairly meta right now, pretty good champion, pretty good stats, one of the top win rates in the mid lane right now. Silas stealing Spirit Rush is terrifying. So maybe they thought, we leave it open, we take this. Silas also, as a first pick, locks out some of the stuff that Hunters Association could pick. Like, not saying they were thinking about it, but Malphite is now off the table. Alistair is off the table. You know, and again, Ari getting her Spirit Rush stolen really stinks. It gives Silas incredible mobility and backline access. Pantheon combined with that Silas, also great. Looking like, trying to play like a collapse or backline dive comp so far. Corki Nami, pretty good safe lane for the Corki, one of the better scaling ADs in the game right now. Kind of plays that sort of rides the line between being a mid laner and a bot laner right now. He got a mini rework about 2 years ago, and he's, I think, a lot healthier than he was as mid lane Corki, as we are going to see Ezreal here just sort of taking the safe lane. Why not? If Corky's going to sit back there and throw rockets, I'm just going to sit back here and arcane shift and mystic shot all over the place. Don't hate it. Poppy going to be banned out here. Makes a lot of sense. Don't want your Silas to get caught up as he's spirit rushing around the back line. May mean that they're looking for more dive that Poppy would counter here in the second half of the picks as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Poppy Poppy's one of those champs that like it's kind of weird because like it's like the same thing with like Braum. Like if you don't know when to use your W, like you have to kind of be preemptive with it. Like with a
Yes.
Braum shield, like you have to be preemptive. You have to kind of know. You have to know the tells of like somebody doing something weird. Like if a Rakan runs at you, he's probably gonna press W on you. Stuff like that. So like with Poppy, I always think Poppy's like kind of hit or miss, just because like most people don't have like that discipline with the W. But they're just gonna you know what, we're gonna be safe. We're just gonna ban that thing away. I don't want to touch it.
Obviously seen,
So
I'm sure you've seen this too. A lot of poppies who just use their W as a speed up. They're like, I got to get in range to charge W. They're using it as like a ghost.
yeah, that's why like
Wukong also taken out.
I forgot what that keystone was. It was Predator.
Predator, yep.
I
Predator
remember
Poppy.
Predator is super. Yeah, it was super popular, specifically on Poppy. You get boots on your first clear. You get Predator. It was like a 60-second cooldown or something. It was like 70 seconds, I think. And you just use it to run at somebody in lane and push them back into your team. You kill them, and then you just repeat the same thing in like another minute. Like it was disgusting. Predator, I think, was like the crank. I love crank. Like my first season like playing League. I was a crank OTP. It was great. My friends used to call me the God Hand because
They're
I like could
unblanking
hit
the
like
crank.
crazy. They yeah they unplanked the crank.
They
So
unsits the blitz.
of course, but like I don't know. I think Ezreal crank is like a really weird combo because Corki Nami is like an S tier duo
Oh yeah,
because Corki has so much like mobility and like so if somebody knows like to limit test with Corki, it's disgusting. Like Corki that knows exactly like the limits of Corki is disgusting. And then you have a
and think
Nami on
about
top of
that
that. Like when
with the
you're like high
Shen.
elo, move speed is super OP. Like when you see like those nerfs in the patch notes, like oh -5 move speed, +5 move speed. That's geared towards like pro play, like high level play. Because like those like little micro movements is like literally make or break. And like you put Corki, I think it's like a for Nami, I think it's a 15%. I forgot if it's flat. I think it's flat. It's like 50 movement speed or 15% decaying move speed for every time you hit an ability on somebody. And Garen, Shen, and
Are you kidding
Skarner,
me?
like we're talking about some crazy shenanigans. Like we're starting to get into the bag in game 3 already.
I mean, there has been. I've even seen discussion complaints about like Garen being like too good in high elo right now for what he is, and now we're like directly seeing that. Like we're gonna see if, and I mean, look at this color synergy on the Suresh stands. Worth mentioning. Everybody's like a shade of sort of royal blue in one way or another. However, to give it a more serious thing, Garen does provide a lot of that dive that it looks like they're going for. You steal the Spirit Rush. Another one, don't overlook stealing the Skarner ult as Silas. If he can get into that backline with a Skarner R, and Pantheon dives, Ezreal can support a dive. Blitz can either support a dive or create a situation where they're diving because you're all in there. It's 5v1 by the virtue of them being on top of you. Sorry, I got tongue tied. And then Garen, obviously a diving champion as well. However, Hunters Association, again, they love these comps that have a lot of disengage. Skarner's R can be used to drag people into your team or just sort of used defensively to sort of pull one person out of an advantageous position. Shen, obviously, some of the best anti dive in the game. Nami Bubble can shut down a dive on its own. Corki can Valkyrie away. Ari can Spirit Rush away. So we're seeing a lot of tools on the sides of Hunters Association versus a sort of more, I don't want to call it one dimensional because that's ignorant and below their station. But it is sort of a draft that you can look at and see it wants to do one thing more than what Hunters Association's drafts wants to do.
Yeah, like the pattern is like hunters. They draft a comp that's very like flexible. Like you can do a little bit of everything. It's River Shed. It's River Shed.
Wait, oh my god, it's Skarner
That's
top River Shen.
crazy. Yeah, and
Oh
it's
my god.
Silas Jungle. It's Garen Mid. Oh
Garrett,
my
oh my
god.
god.
Wait,
Wait, no,
this is
no, no, no.
crazy.
No, you can't do Garrett. Okay,
No
so
wait, because I think
I'm a
no,
Garen
because
mid
yeah,
enjoyer.
no, because this is blind or this draft pick, so they have to stick with these picks.
Yeah, oh yeah,
Like
that's
so,
what I'm
it's
saying. But like
Garen Mid,
that's
Panth
illegal. Like
top, Shen Jungle, Skarner top, Silas Jungle. Wait, this is actually crazy already. Where the shenaniganry is already happening.
so I'm a Garen mid enjoyer. It's actually one of my more played champions. I know it's kind of weird, but it's recommended by basically everyone who does that to ban Ari because of how she can space you, and that once she gets her R, you have no kill pressure on her. So this is going to be very, very difficult for the Garen in this game. Like, I wish him luck, but remember, mid too easy was getting Ari banned away from them because they're known for being fantastic at the champ. So this is going to be really interesting to me. Not what I expected to see out of them. I'd love to personally see a Garen mid succeed, but
I mean, like
oof.
yeah, because you go phase rush. Obviously, you go ignite, and um, obviously you still go. It's not Ultimate Hunter. It's the one in Sorcery
Axiom
Tree. It's
Arcanist.
yeah, Axiom Arcanist. So you most likely still stick with that, but like you might opt for I forgot what it's called when you use a summoner spell and you get the speed up. I forgot what it's called. My life.
Uh, yeah, forget as
but
well,
use
we are
that.
gonna
Like
be
you
getting
could
into a
honestly
bit
go
of
for
a
that.
delay here in a minute. We'll think about it on the delay, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, like already, it's some crazy. Look at the draft. Like it's absolutely crazy. But we're gonna take a quick little break as we the shenaniganry continues into Game 3 between Hunters Association and Iceborn Suresh stands. Welcome everybody, and as we already got a nice little banger of a game here and some shenanigans, half his HP gone, damn near, off of a single E. So Rainy already off to a great start in this lane here. The Garen did go Doran's Blade, so looking to just go full offensive here. So Vision of Empire is piloting that Skarner top lane. I didn't even realize it until it was too late. So now it's going to be a slight health lead there in the top lane as mid lane Keyhall going in with that abscond abduct there, forcing the pot out already as Bill Murray piling the crank. So we're gonna see how this goes here because the thing is with Blitzcrank is like you need kind of like a lane that's kind of already just winning off
Yeah.
rip, and then like you add like an Ezreal on top. Like I don't think like the crank is like a good, like a super great pick because you have two mega tanks later on, and then you have an Ari and a Corki
Ooh.
that's super flexible, and that's like it's a curse. We just talked about it, like just being bad pick, and then he just lands the hook and almost kills PB Crescents. So PB Crescents, both summoners used already. He went Spellbook instead of Airy, surprisingly. So you don't really see enchanters go Spellbook very often. So that's very interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. Spellbook as a rune, aside from some niche uses, has kind of gone away here.
As
Oh,
mid lane, flash forward with the stun there. Abscond Duck gonna land Charm onto the Silas, but that's going to be First Blood going over the Reher. Jungle Jukes trying to run out as fast as he can. Just hits level 3 there on that clear. So able to get this taunt to get out of the way. So it's going to be a kill going over to Pantheon already here. As looking at top side here, it's going to be a bit of a fight there. The Ignite can go down, but Rainy taking a little bit of an even trade here into the minion wave. So
even trades against Garen, though, never really even. He just backs off, steadfast presence, everything will be okay. He just stands there. Excuse me, perseverance, not steadfast presence.
he
Got my
stands
abilities
there
mixed up.
menacingly and
Yeah,
heals. Like already, like
yeah.
he's above half
He's just
HP. Jungle
he
Jukes.
feels the vibes.
Oh, the thought there, Rehurt gonna get jumped on here. Does have the Aegis Assault to deny the damage. Jungle Jukes is gonna get hit with the Abscond Abduct there. The Kingslayer will pick him up there. PB Crescent doesn't have the flash. The bubble's not gonna go anywhere. It's gonna go right between the walls. There's Manny gonna pick up a kill there. 3-0 for Hunter or Iceborn Suresh stands already in the first 3.5 minutes. Keyhall going forward with the Kingslayer there, using the Abscond Abduct to get on out of dodge there, unfortunately. Took a pretty nasty trade there, so down about 12 CS mid lane, but does have 2 stacks on that Dark Seal, so it's not the worst thing in the world. But right now, it's a pretty nice little goldie, almost 2k in favor of Iceborn as the Ignite goes down onto Keyhall, surprisingly. He does still have that teleport, so able to get back to lane pretty quick. So, I mean, Iceborn, they're having a great start to this game 1, or
Yeah.
game 3. And Zeranos,
Ooh.
that's going to be a Valkyrie forward there. Barrier popped. As the bubble is not going to land
Oh,
anywhere. The hook onto Zeranos does still have that flash. Rehurt is here now. Does use the Aegis Assault to gap close a little bit. Going to land the stun onto PB Crescent. Flash away by Zeranos. And that's going to be no kill going over. But lots of summoner spells used by the side of Hunter's Association here. As, man, it's crazy. Like, we just get Caster Curse. Like, we're just talking about how bad, like, Blitzcrank is without like a super aggressive ADC, and then they almost get a kill. As top lane, that's going to
yeah.
be the stun into the wall there. Rainy going to get a little bit of damage down. Does have that full stacked Conqueror, so pretty much he's going to win out really hard on these trades. They're unfortunately going to take a tower shot, so kind of just evening out the trade there. Rainy is like about 3 minions off of level 6, so Vision Empire really going to have to be careful about that.
And that ignite's
Demacia
available too.
Justice as Rainy really looking for that solo kill here. Does have the flash ignite. So like I'm gonna bet money right now. He hits level 6, he's gonna flash ignite, but Vision Empires gets that level 6 first there.
Oh,
Flash away from the
may as
slow
well
there.
just
Really
take
wanted to look
back
for
what you
that
said.
impale. As mid lane, that's gonna be a nice little cancel on that Abscond Abduct with the charm. As Vision Empire
Oh,
is
Garen.
going for the
Oh,
fight there,
Garen.
gonna stun him into the wall. The impale coming through, but it won't be enough. It's going to be justice for Rainy in the top lane, as Zeranos in the bot lane, gonna land that, not quite gonna land that phosphorus bomb there. Gonna be about a 1.7k goalie in favor of Iceborn. Suresh stands here as the first bounty of the game going over to Rehurt. And so
Man, there's so much
now
action going on. You're not even getting a chance to breathe. I pity you, man. There's so Skarner just learned a harsh lesson there that even while suppressed, Garen keeps spinning. No matter what you do, you can literally Malzahar R the Garen and he will keep spinning. And Skarner just learned that the hard way that when you take all that damage, even while you're suppressing him and pulling him towards you, that he can just pop the Demacian Justice right away after. I like what Skarner went for. I like the idea, but it just seemed to just be not processing the kit correctly. A nice
Oh,
pull.
has a nice little bait there. PB Crescent's gonna get ignited, but not gonna result in a kill there. So, unfortunately, Jungle Jukes does miss the taunt. You know, his only engage ability that's like 22 seconds long. So, gold lead is kind of starting to dwindle a little bit for Iceborn here. Hunter Association kind of bringing the gold lead back up there. The Impale going under the tower, and Rainy fell for the debate. Gonna take another tower shot, gonna get slowed up, and the rock gets thrown into the back of his head. And Vision of Empire picks up the revenge solo kill.
I mean, just the early use of W there really doomed Rainy. Like using courage early on in that and not having it for that tower shot was pretty devastating for him.
Ooh, Zeranos, he's so low, just a little under 200 HP. Rehurt is here to reinforce. As Ward's going over the wall to spot him out there. Rehurt is level 6, does have that global presence now on the map. So gonna have to really watch for that play to happen here. But no Drake start yet, so this is like the latest Drake take for any team so far this series. Every Drake has been taken otherwise at like about 5-ish minutes, a little after 5. So right
Yeah, I mean,
now,
it
game's
is
slowing down a bit.
Pantheon does take a quite significant damage from the Drake. It's not an easy thing for him to solo. Pantheon's more of like a gank heavy jungler, so I'm not surprised that even with Rehurt, how aggressive he's playing, that he's not really going for the Drake. He's going to need to get some kind of prio elsewhere on the map. Keyhall and Mid to Easy are too busy just perma fighting each other for either of them to get prio. Although Ari is starting to take a bit of a CS lead. You look at Silas, he has that kill lead and the bounty right now. So it's not the whole story of the game. Top lane, I look for them to keep trading here. Worth noting, Skarner has no like any kind of armor right now. He quite literally just has HP and mana. So Garen can just keep chunking him without much of a worry of a rebuke. And he has that phage, so he can get in and get out easily. No phase rush, which, you know, Conqueror probably is the better decision in this matchup. But, you know, we're going to see how that plays out as they are dead even on CS right now.
The great thing about Skarner is that all of his abilities scale off his HP, so it's pretty good.
Yeah.
As mid lane Keyhall, gonna get that full stack Conqueror, gonna pull that Spirit Rush there. Trade of Spirit Rushes there. That's gonna force the Stand United into the mid lane there. That's gonna get him off. As the mid lane and the bot lane, PB Crest is gonna get hit with that True Shot Barrage there. Gonna get taken super low, below 100 HP. Gonna get ignited. Serana's trying to do as much as he can, but the
Valkyrie!
Oh, the Valkyrie gonna get interrupted there. Gonna get the speed boost. Flash forward, full stack, lethal tempo. Trying to get a return kill in the end, but Manny will be the one standing. 2-0-0 for Manny in that bot lane 2v2.
Did Blitz cancel the
Yeah,
Valkyrie
he
with Power
canceled the
Fist?
Valkyrie halfway, yes.
Because
It is
he
cancelable,
saved his
sadly.
punt. He saved the pull. The rocket grab was held onto. That was brilliant ability sequencing by the
Oh, I think
Blitzcrank.
he ran out of mana before he could chuck the hook. Blitzcrank is unfortunately a bit of a mana hoe. So.
Yeah, I remember that. You think like you're playing in lane, you're like, man, I can't wait to land so many pulls. I'm so excited to be here. And then you pull like twice and miss, and you're like, well, I'm no longer a champion.
That's a nice little sidestep from Manny there.
Yeah, that was actually really confident to be able to do that.
He didn't. I don't think he's he hasn't reset yet. I think he really wants to get that Triforce spike. Yeah, it's kind of like ADCs. Like, I want one more wave. If I get my BF sword, you know. You know, both ADCs going for that Triforce, so really want to hit that power spike. But 4 members. Nope, I say corrected. 3 members going down into the bot lane. The hook barely not landing.
I audibly gasped. Like I like involuntarily gasped at that blitz there.
It's about a 2k gold lead. 2.3k gold lead for Iceborn here, so they're at a very nice state right now. Ezreal,
the Drake finally too.
Oh yeah, this is a 10.5 minute Drake take, so you know, like a game like this, like you know, it's gonna go for a bit. As once again, top lane is a bit of a fist fight there. Rainy does pop that courage. You're gonna get a bit of a shield, popping the ignite as he's gonna come down with the justice, flashing forward, gonna get taunted up. The shield comes through. Vision Empire just gonna live. Rainy gonna get in with another rock here, going in with the decisive strike and gets stunned into the wall there by Vision Empire, and it's going to be Rainy getting taken down there in the top lane as the Drake gets claimed for his team. And Keyhall gonna get hit with the Orb Deception. The Ignite will be ticking, but it will not kill him. Jungle Juice. Jungle Juke
Again,
is coming around. PB Presence getting hit with another hook. The minion wave is in the way, so Manny isn't really able to hit those mystic shots. But he finally hit that Trinity Force power spike here. So Manny having a great time this game here. Up about a K on his lane opponent. And Big Crescent,
disgusting.
what are you doing, man? Why are you
Disgusting.
walking? Wait, he lives.
Wait, no,
He
you don't
doesn't have
live.
to
You
fight the
don't
missing
live.
shot.
No,
It
you don't
doesn't
get to
live.
live.
And BB Crescent, what? It was. Oh my God. Oh, he gets hit with a spear. He gets hit with that spear of righteous fury. Keyhall gonna get taken down very slowly, and the auto's coming through. It doesn't kill. The pot is ticking. Oh my God, the things they're just not going right for the hunters, man.
It was just like Nami living there is illegal. Like, I'm just waiting for like an orbital cannon to strike from outside the game to kill Nami. Like, and
Yeah,
then it
like
finally came from the pan.
he
Oh man.
fought. He striked without warning, as that's gonna be two Stand United coming through there. Flashing forward, Serena's trying to pick up that kill. The True Shot Barrage on the end, and Manny's gonna pick up that one. But he will get shut down by Jungle Jukes as the tidal wave does come through. Nice little bubble onto Reher to deny the rest of that fight. And it's going to be both ADCs trading their lives away, but Manny getting a little bit better because he did get the kill.
Yeah, I mean, we're still going to look at the top lane here where they're just having a brutal beatdown of each other. That kill that came before all this excitement, Garen got a little overzealous and just went a little too Petroslate crazy, chasing down Skarner. Man, 2.3k gold lead is holding one Drake to nil. First items coming online. Watch the Pantheon. Sundered Sky is a significant first spike. If you're not going Eclipse as a first item on Pantheon, you're going to see a lot of Sundered Sky. Lets your Q hit like an absolute monster. Here we go again.
He's
Here
gonna
we
hit the
go.
hook. He's gonna hit the hook. He hits the hook. And he's going fishing. Flash forward. PB Crescent's gonna get taken down here once again. And PB Crescent is having a terrible time against this Blitzcrank.
Banana. Nami's only worth 134 gold already. That's how rough it is to be a Nami
Dude.
right now.
Like, I don't know. Like, I think it's like a weird thing with like enchanters. Like when you play an enchanter, is that like
You're just
you always want to like
worthless.
walk up. You want to get like the procs. Like you just want to like get a little poke off, but like it doesn't really matter because like you're gonna get hooked and you're gonna immediately lose the trade or you'll die, or
Yeah, I
both.
mean, it goes against how we're
And Bill
taught to
Murray, oh, almost predicted the Valkyrie actually. So Bill Murray is having a field day with this Blitzcrank. So he's having a great time here. As
I mean, this
that
crank
Corki
goes
Nami
big.
bot lane is not panning out super great there. As you know, first items like you said are coming through for both teams here. Unfortunately, Corki not hitting that Triforce power spike just yet, but Nami does get that mandate, so it kind of does supplement a lot of his damage. Mid lane, oh my God, Keyhall takes so much damage there with that little combination. As 3k gold lead now, Zorano's going to pick up that cannon in the bot lane despite the push. Drake spawning in about a minute 30. So it won't be an Infernal or an Ocean Soul this game. But right now, I mean, the Pantheon's pretty far ahead, almost up 40 CS. Mid lane kind of offset with the R being up 30 CS, and then bot lane, offset again by another about 20 CS. So kind of like a lot of individual leads here for the side of Hunter or Iceborn. So we'll see if they can kind of translate that into towers eventually here.
I really like to see the River Shen, the Shen jungle. Oh, here we go
Oh,
again.
there we go. We just talked about the River Shen there. As the Ignite comes down, Keyhall gonna get jumped on here, using the stealing the Spirit Rush to get on out. But Rehurt, you coming in with the Starfall, as Jungle Juke's gonna get chunked up pretty heavily there. Does juke out the hook. So that's going to be like, I think like the second hook Bill Murray has missed this game there. So only ult trades so far before the Drake spawn. So nothing too crazy. But Ari does have that Malignant, so gonna get the ult a little bit sooner. Flash forward with the ult, Stand United down. Gonna use the Blitzcrank ult to break the shield away, and Jungle Jukes is coming in to save his team. And finally, the 2v2, or the 3v2 is gonna go right. Flash away by Manny. Does have that shift around there. That's gonna be a stun right on top of Zoranos. The Fierce Refuge almost doing enough as Rehurt taking a ton of damage actually as he strikes again without warning. As he goes forward, strikes again without warning.
Oh
and
my
the
God,
3-minute pale into the tower, but the tanks are taking it out. Rehurt barely living without Under 100 HP, oh my god! As a taunt onto the Ezreal without flash, does still have to bury. Absolutely abduct onto the Skarner, as he's gonna have to flash away there. The Nomasti just is almost coming through. And it's going to be about like a 2k gold lead. That bot lane tower will fall down first there. Both top laners meeting up in the bot lane, and the Drake should be claimed by the side of Iceborn.
Holy cow! That the finally taking the tower down to extend that 2K gold lead to 3K, but it's such a shame that Skarner's 3-man impale could not be capitalized on because that was beautiful. But one of the things oh my god, it just never ends. We're still fighting. No, are you walking away, Keyhole? Okay. The Shen in particular, I mentioned, I love to see the river Shen. I love Shen jungle. However, received some alterations in one of the most recent patches, and the protoplasm on him is not as dominant as it used to be. We're looking at Shen. I'm looking at pre-patch stats, LOLytics, back two patches. Went from 53% win rate to barely over 50.
Yeah,
and Ari is
as Mitsuizi does have
no
another charge of the Spirit Rush there. He's gonna go to destruction without warning. The two-shot rush is barely gonna miss. Oh my god! Like Mitsuizi, he just barely lives like all the time. Like it's crazy.
And it is really crazy.
Fall in
I just keep gasping. Like I'm getting like a cardio workout from how close some of these kills are. We are gonna see the side of the Hunters picking up. No.
As Bill Murray, he's gonna hit the hook once again there. Kind of overly cooking with the juking as PB Crescent's gonna get taken down there. Manny picking up his 4th kill of the game here once again. But Herald will get claimed. A Drake will get claimed on the other side, so a trade of neutrals. As Rehurt gonna get spotted here. As I don't think this is something you want, buddy. Gonna get hit with the hook. Bill Murray doesn't have any more mana. Gonna use the taunt to try to get out of dodge. Bill Murray popping that locket to shield him up a bit. As Keyhall steals the Spirit Rush once again here. And this 3k gold lead is not really budging that much.
No, every time the Hunters try to make a dent in it, Iceborn just sort of turns it back around on him. And like right there, Garen just grabbed another tower, so it's up to 4k, almost nearly 3.7k. So we're really going to need to see this Corki come online and do something here soon. 1-3-1. Mid 2 easy, just 0-1-0, no kill participation. They do have a heavy CS lead on Sylas, which is to be expected, but like that was one of their key players in this game. It's just not working. 11-4 in terms of kills, 2-0 in terms of Drakes. We're going to take a look across the items. Garen at an item and a half, Pantheon at 2 full items, Sylas item and a half, Ezreal 2 full items. But Anna, an Ezreal with 2 items pre-20 minutes is going to be chunking your team 15-20% per Mystic shot. And, we're looking at like 2-second cooldowns at this point in the game if he hits them. Sylas with that Spirit Rush, look out for that in the next fight. Very, very scary. Hopefully he doesn't have to use it to get away from Ari, like one of the plays down here, because in the 1v1, it's still very difficult from him. You can see he's still getting poked out even under the tower.
Yeah, I mean, he's still down 50 TS. And like, yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's just tank for tank.
There it is.
But mid too easy. Both mid laners going for it. Kingslayer forward, dodge away from the Abscond, flashing forward with the kill, and Keyhole gets the solo kill finally onto mid too easy.
Insane. Just using that to its maximum ability, missing an ability and still grabbing the solo kill there, just showing the power and sustainability of Sylas's Kingslayer, just how much that can heal when you're low and how much it can keep you in the fight. And we're looking at like Zoranos, like what can he really do here? He's just everywhere he wants to farm, everywhere he wants to go, he's pushed back. Blitz is constantly looking for you. Your Nami is basically, you almost don't have a support. And I don't mean that in like a mean or derogatory way. I mean like what Nami contributes at this point in the game with 1 item and like nothing less is very little. Like she's basically an R button, and even then she's not level 11 at this point. So we're looking at the R button every 2-ish minutes to be able to tidal wave. And other than that, she offers so little to the team right now. Although look at this. Could they consider collapsing onto the Pantheon? There they go.
Now they're fighting over the red buff. Jungle Juice going to use that Aegis Assault there. Only going to get a taunt onto one member. Tidal wave coming through. Stand United going to be used, but it won't be enough. Rehurt flashing into the red pit, as that's going to be a 1-team fight 3 for nil for the side of Iceborn. Jungle Juice, he's going to use the Spear's Refuge to dodge out on the Mystic shots there. The hook just going to go a little bit wide. And it's going to be the Drake spawning in about a minute and a half. Garrett's still split pushing. It's going to be a 3-0 in their own jungle for the Hunters.
Yeah, I mean, Skarner is stuck up there in the top lane. Objectively, he wants to be in the team fights. His kit, dive through the walls, look for a flank angle. He really wants to be looking for you with the Ixtal's impact. He really wants to be using that impale on a team. But Garen is just saying, like, no, I'm going to lock you here. I might not be killing you, but I'm just going to keep you here. And then, Garen, when he hits level 16, that execute becomes completely devastating from Demacian Justice. So he's really serving his purpose here. And again, Corki's not online. Nami is not coming online. You can see she just was losing like a third of her health to a minion wave. And then again, I hate to harp on it, but Shen on this patch is not the Shen of a couple patches ago. Lost a bunch of win rate, lost a bunch of priority as a pick. Not unplayable. Shen jungle, still very good. Shen jungle with Protoplasm being a completely broken, like, auto win thing, definitely in the gutter for now, I think. So 15-4 on kills. Another Drake popping up here soon. Here comes the tidal wave.
Tidal wave coming through. Silas going to be the only member knocked up. Starfall into the back line there. The bubble landing on top of the Silas, but he's barely taking any damage as Rehurt does have a nice little flank there. Keyhall going to use the stolen ult from the Nami as Rainy just spin in to win all over his face. Impale only onto the support as mid too easy going to land a charm onto the Pantheon. Just barely doing no damage as the Demacian Justice comes through. It's going to be a 2-0 here. 4 for 17 here. Charm lands once again on the back end, but it won't result in anything. It's going to be about an 7k gold lead in favor of Iceborn. They're going to knock down that mid lane tier 2, bringing that up to about 8k now as they're going to start peeling on back there, picking up soul point for themselves.
And remember how we were harping on about how that 2.3k gold lead just wouldn't budge no matter what they did, and now they're really blowing open the game. One of the hallmarks of a team that plays well together is knowing when to accelerate. You'll see a lot of the greater teams. You'll see, your Gen Gs, your G2s and stuff. It'll look close until it's not. That's like a famous caster thing. It was close until it wasn't. And we're starting to see that now. There's little incremental advantages that they build by like keeping bot lane out of the game, by keeping Shen as an ineffectual pick. They're now taking that and accelerating it all over the map. And, Garen with 2 items, he can start shredding Skarner depending on what he builds next, or he could just keep doing what he's doing and say, you know what, I'm just going to be a side lane threat. They have options. Hunters Association right now does not have options. Also, it looks like are they going for a dive?
They want to go for the dive, but we talked about it before. The Stand United going to get called through. Tidal Wave also used. And mid too easy does have one more charge of that Spirit Rush there as it's going to get stolen by the Silas. It's going to be It's going to be teleport coming in from the Silas also, but it won't be amounting to anything as the gold lead still going to remain about 8k here. Soul point, soul spawning in about 4 minutes. So Bill Murray, he's looking for the hook. He's going to hit it. Well, who's here to follow up? It's going to be nobody. PB Crescent's using that spell book ghost now. And PB Crescent no summoners once again here. He's having a really bad time. 0-7.
He caught a fish. He said, I don't want it, and threw it back. He's a catch and release fisherman.
Yeah, like I don't know, dude. Like Bill Murray is really like just kind of like hitting that. He kind of knows who the weak link is in that bot lane. He's like, you know what, Corky's a little bit too mobile. Let me only go for the Nami. PB Crescent is eating every hook.
From the chat, we're getting this mid too easy guy is pretty good, but Rudeus Greyrat is better in my opinion. So a little bit of conspiracy theories cooking up in the chat right now. Banana, if this game goes 2-1 and we go to match point in favor of the Suresh stands, is there a chance we could see Rudeus Greyrat subbed in here for game 3?
Yeah, you gotta have him lock in a little bit, because like we were talking about like the Ari just being banned all the time. Is Rehurt is gonna get taken down there. Like it's such a rough time here. Like honestly. You have 4 members of Iceborn with shutdowns, so now it's kind of like, if you can claim one, you can. They're kind of like waving in their face, like if you can claim it, take it, But
yeah.
They really can't. Like they're so behind, as they're just going in between the towers. Nice little bubble onto Mania to deny a lot of the damage, but it's gonna be a true shot barrage going out there, taking mid to you're about a quarter HP there, and they don't even care. They're just running into them as the Ixtal impact into the top side pushes Rainy under the tower, but he's just gonna back up, heal a little bit with the perseverance. And he's just gonna be chilling there. It's gonna be a 9k gold lead, soul point spawning in 2 minutes. Barrett's still up on the table, so they can do it relatively fast, but they really don't want to kind of burger flip the game here. But
No.
right now, it's kind of like both teams are kind of just trading games back and forth here. It's like last game, Iceborn just get completely blasted. Now Hunter's kind of just getting blasted. So it's like really, there's not really like a clear cut winner in this series. It's like both teams kind of just trading a lot of blows here.
Yeah, I mean, really unfortunate here. If you look at Hunters Association, just an observation here, Banana, their bot side is 1 in 15. That's tough.
It's
And
rough.
Pantheon at this point is just harassing them, just saying you can't back. They're actually getting close enough back to the base where it's quicker to just walk back to the shopkeeper now. Zoning them off of the Baron. I'd love to see them start it here while Garen has pressure in the bot lane because they can kind of dance around it a little bit if they want to while Garen creates that split push. And they don't even have to take the Baron. The threat of taking it, like Keyhole walking towards the ward here and just letting them know that somebody's there. Who do you send to Garen? Obviously, normally if it's a top laner, you want to send Shen. Shen's down 5 levels on Garen. He can't match him. So what decision do you make
Oh,
here? And
the
the
Grand
decision is
Starfall
still
coming
not made.
through. Reher gonna get knocked up. Chain knocked up there, but the Garen with the flankeroni stand united on mid too easy, and he's gonna get justice down. As that's going to be 3-0 so far. The Abscond Duck not going to land there. The hook landing from downtown there. As Vision Empire does still have that impale landing onto 2 members. But the Manny is actually taking the tower. He's going to get taken out there. And he's away. He barely lives with the barrier. Abscond Duck landing. Keyhole going to get the kill onto the shed. And let's see, Rainy going to get taken down now. So looks like Vision Empire is holding the line a little bit. And it's going to go forward with the hook. Bada swing, and it won't hit nothing. And it's going to be an 11k gold lead. Base broken at 28 minutes for Iceborn here. They take that mid lane inhibitor, and bot lane inhibitor tower is getting lower and lower. But it should be a plate going over to Keyhole. Yep, yes, there we see. And it's going to be a 12k gold lead, or it's a, what is that, like 11k gold lead. And you have 2 members of Iceborn with perfect KDAs.
I mean, worth noting here, we are seeing some pings coming out on the Drake from Hunters Association. They're not oblivious to what's going on. They're opting to just, we're going to lose if we don't do anything, so why not lose while trying to make a play?
As there's going to be the tidal wave coming through. It's not going to hit anybody, ironically. The GA is going to get popped onto the Pantheon there. It's going to be a big shutdown going over to Serranos, actually. As Reher going to get taken down also. This could be the start of the comeback. Teleport behind the Garrett is here now. One more charge of the Spirit Rust. They're going to start up this Drake. So play is successfully made. Crescent Guard. Oh my god, PP Crescent getting chucked so hard there. Flash forward with the appeal onto the Ezreal. Manny gonna get stunned up, taken out. 2 shutdowns going with the Serranos. But the Demacian Justice will just be enough. Gonna land the charm over the wall. But I think, nope, that was not a smite. That was a really weird visual thing. Keyhole gonna take the ward, and that's going to be the soul denial by the side of Hunter Association, and they're making plays to save their series.
I mean, yeah, they closed the gold lead to 7,500 as well. I know hindsight is 2020, and you can always only be in the moment, but I do really think there if Garen had just TP'd bot and just pushed for another inhib and just sort of let them have the Drake, that might have been the better macro call, in my opinion, anyway, because then he could have transitioned over to mid and created a pretty big threat. Obviously, you keep the Silas around so that they don't just 100 to 0 the Drake in like 5 seconds. You keep the Ezreal around poking so they can't back. But Garen did get a kill there. He got some Demacian Justice slapping down on the Corky's face. It's a bad day to be a bot laner for Hunters Association right now. I mean, 3-15, gapped by like 50 CS from the Ezreal as well. Ezreal even being cocky enough to go for the endless hunger with the Omni Vamp and tenacity and everything, so he's even harder to shut down. They did manage to get him there, but it's still looking so dire for them. Soul is off the table for another 4 minutes, but Baron is very much on the table. Just send your 5 men at it and just beat it. Like look at the massive damage that Ezreal is doing to the Baron here. You send in Rehurt, who Next time they fight, I would like to see Rehurt be a little more careful, as it does look like they
Yes,
are going to try
this
to collapse into this Baron here.
Yeah, they're still burning up this Baron here. Bill Murray
Oh,
trying to
here we go.
zone out the Shen as much as he can. 2.7k on the Baron here. But Jungle Juice going to get taken out. It's going to be a two-man impale as PB Crest is almost get taken out with the Demacia. Just 2 kills already going over to the Hunters as they are flashing forward. Big shutdown once again going over to Serranos as that's going to be Ixtal impact into the
No.
wall. And the
No.
Baron is taken by Hunters. Oh
No.
my god, Rainy trying to run away as fast as he can. The gold lead is chopped down to about 4k now. That is a 7,000 gold swing.
You guys can't do this. You need to 5-man the objective. You can't 2-2-1 the objective. You guys gotta play together. And this is the opposite of what happened to Hunters Association in the first game. Remember, they were the ones that lacked the objective coordination. Now we are seeing the exact same thing coming out of Suresh stands here. They have all these opportunities, but Rehurt really needs to protect himself in these fights. Oh,
Oh, but the
really
hook
good pull.
lands
Can he finish him
onto the
off?
tank here as Rainy is going to get on out. That's a 4-man true shot barrage. Lots of low health bars. They still do have the Baron buff. Teleport's coming through. They want to keep chasing this, but I don't think they got enough the speed. And the
Oh my
flash bomb, they're
god!
going to get the Corgi. Oh my god! Zorranos is taken down! Just
Oh my god!
right. Oh, they're so close to the soul there. 2 minutes. Vision Empire's going to get flashed on here using the X-Tall impact to get through the wall. Mid too easy. Does still have the Spirit Rush. Keyhole also have the same thing. Not going to land. He's going to keep going for it. The slow not going to land either. The Redemption coming down for the heal. It's kind of going to land onto the Skarner. He's going to get hooked up,
Baby.
taken into the team. But Rehurt, it's going to get chunked out like crazy. But the Aegis Assault just going to do enough as the Baron is taken by Hunters. But they're going to go on a negative Baron power play. 4k gold lead now. And this game is going so crazy.
They're just like, we've made enough mistakes. It's time to slap you with our wallets. We can't risk losing this game. This is too important. This is upper bracket finals, Banana. This is implications for money. If you lose this game, you can finish in 3rd place and get a lot less prizes from the Ember League. If you finish in 1st or 2nd, you make it to finals. Even if you lose, you're guaranteed a much bigger, healthier prize. This is a very important game for both these teams, so they need to shore up, say like the great extended team fight, a stellar pull out of Blitz. I mean, if they manage to win this game, unless something drastic happens, I got to be calling Bill Murray MVP for this game. He's been all over the map, just landing pulls all game. He's only level 12 Banana because he just doesn't care. Nami, who has had a horrible game with no offense intended to the player themselves, just the way the champions be performing, is level 14. That's how far Blitz is behind on XP. And the story of that is because they never stop pulling. They're not looking for lane. They're not looking for objectives. They just want to be in a champion's face.
They're looking for death. They're looking.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, though. But there's that
that's
level
a lot
12
of damage
showing.
actually. Wow, that was
Yeah.
Let's crank with the Celestial opposition up there, as Manny gonna start raining down these mystic shots there. They do still have the Baron buff for about, and it just expired. So Zorano's coming through there. He's doing a lot of damage, but a lot of it denied by the Aegis Assault there. Jungle Juke's going in. You're gonna miss on the taunt. Assault impact onto Rehurt. You're gonna pop that GA now as the stolen Nami buff, or the wave gonna go through. They're gonna get the pick onto Rehurt as much as they can, but they're gonna go through. It's not gonna happen. 2 kills already going over to the side of god damn it. As of Iceborn, they're going forward with the Ixtal impact now, as they're gonna get a 2-man impale flashing over the wall. Manny going bananas as he's gonna miss a shot over the wall. He's gonna die. Unfortunately, as the Demacian Justice come through, Vision Empire gonna get taken out next. The 2 carries of Hunters Association are still alive. They could make something happen, but 2 low health bars means no play is happening here, as that's going to be the Hextech Soul claimed by the side of Iceborn Suresh stands.
Rehurt serves as like the greatest bait for them. Even in the first game, his Olaf, like the way that he positions and plays, he's a very aggressive face first player. He's really playing the Pantheon like he was playing the Olaf. It's not so much of a compliment as much as like an observation. Like, he was really kind of the reason that fight went the way it did, because they poured so much into killing him, and he had that GA. If his GA wasn't up, and it won't be for the next fight, you're looking at a completely different fight there, because they had to recommit to killing him a second time. Now remember, last time they had a fight like that, his GA was not up. It actually didn't go their way. So again, I'd really like to see Rehurt protect himself a little bit more here. Taking a look at his build, he does have, the GA, the Death Dance. So to itemize even the cleaver, a lot of HP, a lot of resistances. Death Dance making you take that damage slowly. Love to see that, but a lot of positioning and a lot of sort of. I'd like to see Pantheon basically using his R to get into these fights to close off the game. Using that Grand Starfall, landing on the Corki, landing on the Nami, getting in that back line. I don't want to say he's been caught out. I think it's an intentional decision, like a play style choice, but it can cost you fights. We are gathering around the mid here. No objectives
Oh.
currently on the map. Hextech Soul, as you mentioned, claimed. Huge soul for them.
But dude, look at the CS deficit mid and jungle.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
it's just
Flame Horizon.
two different flame horizons. Is crazy. Like
I mean,
now it's a 5K gold lead for Iceborn, but that was like initially almost that was at 11. They had an 11K gold lead and they almost threw it.
yeah,
So now they're
the
pushing
Shen
towards this
is
Baron.
37 minutes, and we're not even at two or three items for the Shen. It's worth talking about.
Hey, yeah, this Shen's like bankrupt. He's gonna
There's
have to pull
Rehurt
out
with
a loan.
face again.
But right now it's about Jungle Jukes is just kind of getting a little crazy here. As True Shot Barrage landing on top of him, he's going to get chunked pretty heavily now. Should be able to sustain with the Nami. But,
Oh
oh,
my
you get
god,
hit
the
with the hook.
illegal
The parry
back.
spotting him out. Is he going to get the Impale off in time? Let's see who he gets in. It's going to be the two members, the two carries here. The tidal wave coming through onto three members. Teleport coming through by the Garen. As the flash hook once again there. Keyhall gonna pick up that kill onto Jungle Jukes as the jungler is down
Oh, you
for
hate to
Hunters,
see it.
and that means a free Baron here
You
for the
hate
side
to
of
see it.
Iceborn.
He took such an illegal back. Oh, you could have just walked to the other side of the lane and backed my brother in Ixtal. Oh no! I mean, the game looked like they had such an angle to come back, and now with the
Wait,
bear. Oh
oh
my
my
god,
god!
Rainy,
What?
Rainy!
Whoa!
What was
Oh, I
that?
just realized that's a full crit Garen. That's why he got shredded. That's a full crit Garen. Okay, never mind. That's understandable.
I mean, I believe it. I don't believe in that build. I will say that it's
If he went like phase rush, I think the full crit Garen actually works out
yes,
really well.
but no
But
Conqueror. You
he
want
gets
extended
wow.
trades. You're looking at
I
stuff
thought that
like
was like a
Cleaver
regular
and
Garen build, and he just got completely obliterated by Corki. But no, that's full crit Garen. So that actually explains a lot. So objective bounties are about to fall off here. About a 4K gold lead still for Iceborn, but Stand United that the Silas does have that Stand United right now, so able to join up at any time he wants. But Keyhall, this is by far his best game. 7, 1, and 10 here. Obviously, he's still getting Flame Horizon, but the KDA speaks a little differently. That's
yeah. I
the
mean,
eye test.
Keyhall looks like a completely different player this game, like comparatively. And one death, starting to stack up that Majai's to up to 14 stacks, having the Zonias and the Stand United available for the next fight, going to be very clutch. Again, would love to see Rehurt land a Grand Starfall into a fight, Banana. We're not seeing Pantheon join fights in a traditional way. Pantheon is not a primary engaged champion. He is a follow-up secondary engaged champion, but they're asking a lot out of Rehurt again.
Oh, just as we talk about that, the Aegis is all gonna get popped there, so it denies a lot of damage. True Shot Barrage gonna land onto three members there, doing a lot of damage with that Hextech Soul
And they're
also.
really struggling to close out the game because of Rehurt's positioning, and I would honestly argue Garen's build. You lack a lot of your front line and your meat when Garen is that squishy. You're basically turning him in to almost an assassin. He does have obviously great defensives from Courage passive, but he does not have what you need
Ooh,
to be a full frontliner here.
a
They are
free
going to
hurt?
break the inhib again here, as we are going to see Ari kind of boxed out. No, they might be able to grab that tower though in the top lane.
Yeah, they're gonna
Yeah, I
knock
mean,
down that top lane tier 2 here. All of Hunters, they're grouped up as 5, so they really want to look for another pick here, but Rehurt, he just the Aegis felt just so much, especially the empowered
yeah,
one. You get a lot of bonus resistances when you pop it with 5 stacks of the passive.
I,
So
I want to say we're at the point of the game where gold doesn't really matter, but we can't say that because Shen is still way off of completing a build. Even the top laners can still use Well,
Yeah.
Garen just finished
Like
Serpent's
the
Fang.
the Shen isn't even that tanky. Like he
No,
has
he is.
136 CS in 41 minutes. Serrano's getting half his HP taken by the True Shot Barrage. Jungle Jukes is only level 15. He's 3 levels down on his lane up his opponent. Like it's a little rough. He's not that tanky.
Now,
He only has a
Banana,
Randuin's.
Pantheon does have GA available again. They managed to
Yep,
hold off a fight until he has it. So Rehurt can actually play
Oh wait, look at
his
the map.
style of
Look at the
game.
map. Look at the map.
Look at that.
Randy
Oh,
has a
Garen,
crazy
Garen,
flank. He has a
Garen.
crazy flank. He has flash also, so he could look for that
But he's on a ward.
cheesy
He
flank.
or
I don't think the ward saw him. I don't think they know he's there. The
there he
flash
goes.
forward with the impale, only onto the Pantheon. The GA is popped, but that's a crazy flank there. But he gets completely blasted. As Rehurt gonna come out the GA there. It's gonna be a 1-0 so far in favor of Hunter Association. Does still have that charm? Just barely. It does land onto Manny, but nice little reaction there with the arcane shift. That's gonna be Rehurt gonna reset now as Keyhall does have that
Oh,
guard, and that's going to be Bill Murray gonna get caught out there. The Elder is on the table, but Hunters, they don't want it. They're trying to end this game. They're going to push mid there. No real wave clear. Keyhall does have that nice little flank there. Going to try to cut out the wave. True Shot Barrage out the 4 members of the Hunters.
and the
They're going to try
wave,
to
and the
take
wave.
down that
It's
mid lane
important.
tower, but Smite onto the cannon delays the push for a little bit. So it's a little bit of a sandwich here for Iceborn. The pokes coming through there. The spears and the mystic shots are coming out. Baron won't spawn for about another minute and a half. Elder is still here. So resets coming through. Hunter Association, they win the fight, but they don't get the tower.
It's so important to note how hard the Garen build is failing them in that fight there in particular. Like he went in, he didn't Q to silence anybody, and then just immediately started spinning. Did a little bit of damage and died in what, Banana? Literally less than 1 second, I think.
I think this Corky does like 2,000 damage per
Yeah,
click.
it's
Like it's
it's
actually
really
crazy.
just not
Like
the build.
he
And I
got a
almost
Hex
wish he could
Optics.
pivot. It's too late to pivot, but I almost wish that he could at this point.
I mean, like why do you have a? I mean, okay, never mind, never mind. I know why he has the Serpent's Fang, but getting it specifically, like it's not that crazy. But Keyhall gonna
Oh, the
dash
flat.
on in there.
You hear?
Rehurt does pop the Aegis Assault, denying so much damage, but it won't be enough. He's gonna get shut down once again by the Corky. Keyhall, he's all by his lonesome here. The slow's coming down, the tidal wave going through, and Flash Forward by Zoranos here. Gonna have to be a little careful, and he's gonna get hit with the Justice, but it won't be enough. He barely lives. Oh my God, the Spirit. The State United is going to be used. A triple kill go over to Zoranos, and that might be the end of the game. Oh my God, the Spirit, the True Shot Barrage coming through. You're going to get a big shutdown there. They lose their main carry, but they might be able to still end the game. No real
What?
wave clear for the side of Iceborn. They
What is
cut
this
that
game?
lead to about 2K. They're going to knock.
What is this
They're going to
game?
knock down the inhibitor tower. They're going to break the inhibitor, but they only have one cannon. They are not able to end the game. I think they're going to have to tank for that cannon, protect the cannon here, Mr. President. And that's going to be a hook onto the Nami. That's going to be 1 kill already going over. The cannon is dead now. That's going to be a nice little impale onto 2 members, but no real follow-up. They're trying to hit the tower, but Jungle Juice is getting lower and lower. The hook isn't going to land. True Shot Barrage going to kill the shed as the Elder is up on the table. Rehurt going to spawn in about 5 seconds as it's going to be a 2K goalie. Mid 2 Easy does still have the charm. He's going to get one more charge of the Spear's Refuge here as he's going to get dashed on by the Ezreal. Miss a shot, not going to land. Going to have the Arcane Shift in about 1 more second. Going to get spotted on the far side, but he's going to use the Blast Cone to get on out of dodge there. As Teleport coming through here. Going to have to reset. Mid 2 Easy does still have that Empowered Recall now, but that's going to be Keyhall trying to run out as fast as he can. There's no wave. I don't know why he's teleported that way. He's going to get slowed up. Doesn't have the Impale just yet. As ping's coming through, they're going to start doing this finally, they're going to start doing this Elder Drake.
And again, the same story over and over. What a clutch save again from Manny and the Ezreal there. Really well played to keep themselves in the game. This game is basically, we are now at the point where gold doesn't really matter so much.
Elder.
They're the Elder, but like the Garen's build is so tough on him. He couldn't even finish off the Corky there. Like, it's so tough. And Banana, I mean this with full respect, but when is the last time that you've seen a Grand Starfall out of Pantheon? I cannot remember the last time I've seen a fight.
He's like using it like a teleport.
Yeah, which is fair. And speaking of teleport, that's another thing. It's not having that empowered teleport so tough on the Garen here because he can't play the macro game like the Skarner has. I know the top lane quest does give you an unempowered teleport with an almost 5-minute cooldown. However, Skarner is able on every 2 minutes and 10 seconds to just be like, I'm going where I need to go. it does create a macro shift this late in the game. Now, if they want to close this game, Elder is the time to do it. You need to stop sending your Garen on a flank. You guys need to 5v5 front to back. Treat your Garen as if he's an assassin, not a top laner. Find some opportunity. Get Reheard in there. Look for your pulls. Let's see you do it here. You can be standoffish with the Ezreal. Here goes the inhibitor for the 500th time this game, Banana. We're going to see Rehertz trying to stack up, getting that empowered on his next spear, ready to go, so that as soon as he jumps on somebody, he has 2 empowered abilities pretty much ready to go. Another inhib going down with the Elder. Can they end? Let's see.
Elder buff for a minute 30. Baron up for about 2 minutes. The poke is coming through. That Hextech Soul is applying the Elder buff to everybody here as Rainy looking for a bit of a flankeroni. Does a lot of damage. The Impale not going to go
Oh,
through, but they're trying to clear these waves, but these are Baron empowered waves. That's a flash forward with the Impale, and that's going to be so much damage coming through, but the Elder is doing all the work they can for them, and it's finally going to be Iceborn claiming
oh
game
my
3
God.
here after a
Oh,
47-minute banger.
holy redacted. I don't want to get fined, but holy redacted. Oh my goodness. About it. I'm here on the edge of my seat about having a heart attack at 11 at night, Banana. What a game! Holy swings. What has happened? What is.
Yeah, there's both teams. They went completely crazy that game. There's too much to talk about as that game went a little bit over our time slot. So we're going to be taking a quick little break before we jump into game 4 draft. We'll see if Hunters Association can bring it back from the brink or if Iceborn are going to gentleman sweep and move on to the grand finals. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Game 4 between Hunters Association, Iceborn, Suresh stands. Once again, both teams, they're not going to change sides. But that last game was absolutely crazy. Like, Hunter Association, they almost come back from an 11,000 gold deficit. They get the Baron. The Elder isn't fought for like 15, like 20 minutes. And then Iceborn, they just knock down both and just end the game. But Hunters Association, they like it's a bit of a downer that you lose that game. Like you get, smashed early and then you lose. But the fact that they almost came back from an 11K gold lead and almost won is still completely crazy work.
Yeah, I mean, that's we had different takes on it. You were saying about how like you think that they would be motivated by that to say that they're almost alive, but for me, I feel like it would be so difficult to just lose after trying so hard to come back and like just not quite making it and then getting in, it's pretty late for a lot of the players now. We're getting later at night. Like BO5s are a banger. They're a real test of your mental fortitude. We're getting really deep in the champion pools right now. So this game for a Hunters Association obviously has to leave it all in the line. But by having to leave it all in the line, they're revealing a lot about their draft, even to the next team that faces them, or say Suresh Stans comes and faces them again. They're going to get a lot of info about this because when your back is against the wall, you have to show everything left in the tank. You're down 0-1 or the game's it's 1-1, fine. You're on match point. You have to show your absolute best draft. They're sticking with the same drafts here, not letting the top laner get any of those power picks. Suresh Stands are going really deep into the mid pool here, too. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Hunters Association take another mid pick right away, as they have been doing. However, the Victor's out, the Ari's out, a lot of stuff is out, the Silas is out. A lot of these traditional mid laners are either banned or picked already. So it's going to be interesting here to see what they lock. Wukong, which was banned away in the last game, really versatile jungler. One of my favorite picks in the game. I think Wukong can do so much stuff. Poppy, also banned last game. They're saying, hey, you're going to Wukong dash into me? I'm going to say no. I'm going to knock you right out of that. So they're drafting off of what they are comfortable on and what they see against each other. Oh, nope.
Ooh, I think it
This is
was
what they
Vi was
did
banned
last
last
game.
game. Yeah.
Yeah, they hovered and pivoted.
Yeah, so like both teams, I mean, like the obviously the non-negotiables are Gwen and Bessa, Oriana, and Syndra. Those are like
Yes.
super staple picks. Like those champs are like you can't really like counter them. You can just kind of like hold them back a little bit. But it's going to be a rise pick here. So this is like a pro play staple. So like right now we still got like some really strong power picks on the table. It's going to be the Cassiopeia, which is like a bit of an old school counter into the rise. And it's going to be Sivir locked in for the bot lane. So we'll see if Iceborn matches with that ADC pick. But right now, like, it being like Diamond, like Masters Elo. So like, you still got like people that play like the super strong meta champs, but then you got like some stuff that's like super off the wall. And it's gonna be the Rumble lock in. So it's Rumble Vi. So that's a bit of a so that's a combinate combo that's very common in pro play, where it's just when you hit somebody with the cease and desist, you immediately just layer the the equalizer right on top of them. It's just free damage. Like damn near always results in a free kill
And
off
don't forget
rip.
the Rune Prison if they're around, based on what we see on the draft so far.
Yeah, so like Iceborne, they have a lot of great setup. So I want to see some like from a support picks. Like I'd like to see something like a Rel, like maybe a Maokai if you're feeling a little bit frisky. But like
Maokai
something
would
like
be
a red,
disgusting.
like just literally like any kind of like tank engage. So really want to ban away those champions that deny that disengage. So Braum being an excellent ban away here off rip. Banning Kennen away is too bad. Like you kind of just want to ban away like those ranged champions that kind of abuse Rumble early. You really want to play into a melee matchup where you just take first strike and you just farm money. You just get your own bank. You're printing money. So Hunter Association, we're gonna see what they ban away here. They ban away a counter to the Sivir, which being the Alistair, being that you can't spell shield the because technically the knockback
Nico.
like the the Alistair combo is like 1. It's Nico. Okay, so that's also not that bad because with the Q, you can block the first part, but the second part still goes through.
Yeah.
So
Oh, I
they're
mean,
really keeping that ADC pick secret.
you know what they say? Nico is best decision. I mean, it's in the game files. It has to be true. They took the
Oh, they got
Maokai.
the Maokai.
Disgusting.
Wait, it could be Maokai jungle Wukong top. Because we know both these teams really like to be very like flexible in their drafts and like be super unpredictable. So it could be that. Who knows? We'll see.
I will say, Maokai top is experiencing a bit of a resurgence right now. Pick rate is up to almost 4% in the top lane in Emerald Plus. Was previously about 1%. Maokai's popularity is coming. No, they're just
Oh, it's
whatever. That
yes,
it's
Maokai
Maokai
support.
support, Gangplank Tup. Yep, yep. Well, I
The
mean,
oof, I
that's
haven't
kind of
seen
a tough one.
Bankplank in a long time.
I mean, it's kind of tough if Rumble wants to get on the wave and Gangplank can protect the wave. It really limits the
Vayne?
ability. Vayne?
No, there's no
Twitch.
way. There's
It's
no way it's Vayne.
Twitch
They're
is
not doing
actually
that.
disgusting here with the AoE they have on
Eh,
their card.
like
Draven!
yeah, the
He
Manny
gets his
Draven.
OTP.
His we got the Manny Draven in the possible closeout game of this series here. Peeping the stats real quick. He has a 2.34 KDA, 124 games this season, 52% win rate. So Draven, I mean, Draven Nico, like that's a very abusive lane. Like Maokai literally can't do anything. Like picking a melee champ into double range is super rough already, but it's
Yeah.
a Draven Nico, the two most abusive bot lane champions. So like the Maokai Saber, they're not gonna do anything. Like last game, we
No.
saw exactly what Iceborn can do with like a strong lane. So now you're giving you're giving Manny his signature champ, and you throw a Nico on top of that for extra unpredictability. Like I can foresee that Hunters they're gonna have a rough time once again bot lane.
And don't forget, too, worth mentioning, that Rise with the Realm Warp can do some absolutely degenerate things here if Nico gets
I know
on
exactly what you're
flank
talking
pretty.
about.
Yeah. Yeah.
Realm War Pot Blossom. I've only seen it once before in a casted game. I've seen it once because like that
The
timing is
timing has
really
to be
rough.
extremely specific. And one other thing worth noting, in case anybody is just joining us or isn't like, following every single patch note meta, Nico did get changed so that she cannot dive as a cannon minion anymore. So there's no Nico going under tower at level 3 and taking 10 tower shots and just walking out. That is no longer a thing. So, the dive potential is a little bit low. So I wouldn't be expecting like any like realm warp dives at like 10 minutes or whatever. Maybe later in the game, but not right away.
Yeah, like already. I mean, like we said that like we see like some crazier picks later into Fearless Game 5, but like right now, like outside of the GP and the Draven, like these are all like once again like just really staple picks in pro play.
Which is a
So
testament to the champions pool for both teams. Like Hunters and Iceborn, if either of you guys are listening, like these are banger games and like great drafts. Like they're not all perfect drafts, but I mean, really, whose is? You could criticize world championship drafts, but like you guys are really trading blow for blow, and I like what I'm seeing from both teams here. I think you guys are both doing some really impressive stuff. So keep it up. Let's have another
yeah,
banger game.
as much as I love my sleep, I also love me a good series. So like already, I mean, after that game 3, I really want to see game 5 low key. But
Yeah.
looking at both these teams, like they're both really good comps. Like they have their pluses, they have their negatives. Like Hunter Associate, they have great scaling. Their scaling is absolutely crazy. Iceborn, they have great facilitating. So it's really like, can Hunters quell that early game, or are Iceborn going to take the cake? As we're going to take a quick little break here as we wait for the Spectre delay to go down. We'll be right back for game 4 between Hunters Association and Iceborn Suresh stands. Welcome everybody to Game 4 between Hunters Association and Iceborn Suresh stand. Once again, both teams, they don't change sides at all. It's the same size for all 4 games. So, not going to see any crazy shenaniganry here so far. Looking at the summoner spells and the rune choices, it is going to be Exhaust Comet on the GP, the bank plank, surprisingly. And Ghost on the rise there. You know, you want to be a little bit mobile. So
Kind of get it
not
on the gangplank. I think you want to keep Rumble from being able to really get at you with the flamethrower, so he never really has any kind of kill pressure. And then at the same time, the comet is because every time he goes up to hit the wave, you can barrel him and harass him and poke him down. It's tough to play, especially I'd say early as the Rumble. But I mean, he's just going to keep spamming barley on your face over and over till he's out of mana, basically. But both these top laners have defied expectations. Both of them, I think, are actually quite good at laning.
they're kind of just fist fighting each other like all the time.
Yeah,
So it's like
I mean that's kind of like the top lane fantasy. It's like you'll get like coaching in top lane, and it'll just be like, "Why aren't you fighting more?" And it's like, because I could just hold the wave, and they're like, "No, no, no, you got to fight more. Pressure advantage."
I mean, both top laners are already using their pos. Jungle Jukes is on a bit of a flank, but he is kind of alone here. So I gotta be really careful popping the clone. Gonna get that extra armor. Manny does not have
Oh, the
cleanse, so gonna
heal.
have to be really careful. The heal already used. As the boomerang blade does go on out there, I think PP Crescent started. Yeah, he took QW. Surprisingly, 5-4
And
top
just
lane. It's
dead.
gonna be a solo bolo here for Rainy.
I mean, you can't let that happen, right? You have exhaust. You're aware of your range, and he did use the exhaust, but like you got to be aware of the threat of the flash and the exhaust, like the range of what can be done to you there. Sucks to lose first blood. It's already a 1K gold lead at 3 minutes as we are, it's going to be interesting here to see what Rumble grabs on back, and Doran's items everywhere so far. CS pretty much even aside from that top lane. Rumble now having a 10 CS lead at 3 minutes.
Yeah, I
Keyhole is
mean,
just basically out of mana, which is the story of Rise's life in the early game until he gets some items. He also started a ring, which
yeah, he has enough
I'm not.
tier.
I was gonna say I'm not a super Rise player, but I think that's one of the first times I've ever seen a Rise not start with tier. Am I wrong on this?
Um, it depends. Like, if you're looking to like do something more, then you can just start Doran's ring. But usually you'll just take tier because like you also get bonus damage with tier because your
Yeah, yeah.
abilities scale
It
with
directly scales
your
you, and
mana. So generally, yeah, you usually don't see Doran's ring.
the only other start I've
Start.
really seen with Rise was like get like a mana crystal and rush a catalyst.
Yeah, that's another thing because like
Yeah.
Catalyst like is still like really OP, just because like you get mana from taking damage and you heal for spending mana. So
Yes.
like it's a win-win. So I'm really surprised neither of these two. These are both really good on Raw to Ages users. So I'm really surprised both of them aren't building it. Because you really kind of want that beefiness, especially into each other's teams.
And especially with how just brutalist these fights have been, like just how very front to back they've been, and how much we're fighting and stuff. Like, what in the world?
Oh, bot lane, Manny trying to get a kill there, using the berry at the last second, trying to donate the kill over, and Zorando's gonna pick up that one there. Yeah, Jungle. I don't know why Jungle Juice flashed like that, but hey, it's a thought that counts.
Props to Manny for really staying in there and going for it too. Like, in my heart of hearts, I thought for just a brief second like he was gonna clutch it.
That's what Dravens always do, like.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh wait, Brainy, he has the equalizer. Vision Empire doesn't have the flash. It's gonna be a dive in the top lane. No flash, no orange. Gonna dodge away from the Vault Breaker. And it's gonna be Rainy picking up that kill there, forcing the flash out from Rehurt to not die from the tower. Didn't even have to use the equalizer, by the way.
Yeah, he didn't have to use it, but did we actually need the flash or not from Vi? I don't think Vi died on another tower shot there, right?
I don't think she would have died, but it would have been pretty close, so can't really blame him. As Bill Murray, he's just chasing there. with the Qs and whatnot, Bloom and Burst do a good bit of damage. Well, yeah, I mean, Draven got a BF sword on his first reset there with his lead, so it's a 1k gold lead, most of it in Rainy. And again, it's just really rough because now they're starting to put a lot of emphasis on Division Empire because like it's so hard to dive a Maokai Sivir. As Rehurt is level 6 here using the
Ooh.
Cease and Desist. Keyhall gonna come in with the Ghost there, knowing that the Wukong doesn't have Flash there. That's a nice little ultimate onto 2 members. And Mid Too Easy will get the first kill of the little skirmish. As lots of ultimates used, but now cuts down the gold lead to about 600.
So Rehurt again, just with that extremely aggressive, like face first positioning, like see champion, fight champion mentality. Kind of, I'm going for it, whether it's good or bad. I need to try to press this advantage for my team. I'm wondering, I'd love to hear like the comms on something like that. Like, what were they saying? Just like, I got name, or like, is it just, oh my goodness, oh my goodness,
Oh, wow. That's a lot of damage there.
that is a
As
lot
that's
of,
going to
oh,
be Manny on the bot lane. He's going to get taken down once again here. PP Crescent's going to pick up that one. As Bill Murray going to get hit with the boomerang blade. Let's see if they can donate skill. What? What? I don't, I'm just so, like, completely dumbfounded about why, like, they just start flashing for no reason. Like, he
hey,
had that kill in the bag. And he just
it's
flashed in
late
his
at night.
face.
We
Like, Rainy.
sometimes you just gotta flash.
But like, yeah, like for Rumble, like Rumble's a disgusting champion. Like, and like again, like you were talking about like that little Raptor fight, what Reher did. I mean, if I was 2 levels ahead of my jungler, I would do the same thing. To be fair, so I can't
Fair,
say
but you
much.
need the knowledge of what's going on before you do that.
Yeah,
Like
it's like
it seems like Rehurt gets caught a lot when like their team is sort of like lurking around without it's like I win this 1v1 easy, but they turn it into a 3v1 and it's consistently happening throughout the series all the way back to the first game. Uh Gangplank mercifully going to be able to back here without dying this time because they really need to push that. They do have a 200 gold lead despite being down a Drake and 2 kills. They really need to push that advantage in the top lane if they want to take control of this game. You can see right here exactly why Cassio is an old school counter to Rise. The kits aren't very complimentary to Rise. Like once he throws out his Q, if he doesn't have the Rune Prison available to land, he just runs you. Cassio just kind of runs you down until your abilities are off cooldown again.
like I think for Keyhall, like for the trade pattern, like you kind of just gotta commit a little bit to the trade, just
Yes,
so like you can get your phase rush to proc, and then you
there
kind
it
of just run
goes.
out. But like yeah, because like what makes like Cassiopeia a counter is because whenever Rise uses an ability, it makes him turn around. So like if he like uses anything, it kind of like just it's a free stun with the
Yep.
petrifying gaze. And then the W slow is a ground, so like it slows you like crazy, like even with phase rush. If you're in it are so like if you're in the miasma already, the phase rush doesn't like proc like fully well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you don't get like that slow resist. So because of the grounding effect. So like that's why it's like a counter to
Look
rise.
at this here though. Look at
It's really good.
4 in the jungle, Banana. What
They
is
they really really want this because they got you know they
yeah,
like Rehurt's up like almost 15 CS. You know, trying to get this blue buff here. No smite for Rehurt, so I'm kind of surprised they're fighting this as the Twisted Advance goes on forward there. That's gonna be a Rune Prison on top of the Wukong here. Gonna pick up that blue buff as that's gonna be PP Crescent gonna get taken down there. Here comes the Equalizer. Oh my God, doing so much damage. It's gonna be a kill traded onto the Nico there, but it's gonna be a 2-for-0 or 2-for-1 so far there. You're gonna put a ward into the bush. Miranda's gonna get taken down. Vault Breaker not quite gonna land. Here comes the Realm Warp. Trying to cut off mid
oh,
too easy. He's gonna put into a bit of a sandwich. And he's trying to run away as fast as he can. Gonna get the speed up from the Q there. But that's gonna be going forward with the smite there. Almost gets a kill on the Rehurt. But it's going to be a nice little roam from Rainy. And it's going to be a 4 for none.
that was just greed personified. They did. I understand that you're desperate. I understand that you're down 20 CS in the jungle, but now the Vi has 5 kill participation. Banana. Worth noting, Manny, 18 HP out of that fight, may have overstayed and greeted for that wave. I don't think Maokai can. No, he can't catch him here, but still, just barely getting the way by the skin of his teeth. Like, what even is the skin of your teeth? That doesn't even make
Your
sense.
enamel. No,
I
it's
mean,
the
yes, but
hair
like,
on your
is that
chinny chin chin.
yeah, he gets away by the hair on his chinny chin chin. I I don't know. Just saying the skin of someone's teeth just feels bizarre to me. I'm just throwing that out there. Oh,
But like
he's
the,
committing to
the
the trade
roam
pattern.
from Rainy, dude. The roam from Rainy was so good.
Oh, it was
Like
disgusting. Yeah.
that absolutely changed everything. Like that equalizer, perfect. It was just perfect. Like
And
right
just
in that little choke.
the greed of being that deep in the jungle with that many members this early in the game. I think they're going to be probably losing the Drake. Yeah, I don't think they're even contesting the Drake. Cassio looks like she's
Like Vision Empire, he's having such a rough time, bro. Like he half his HP was taken with 2 E's and a Q.
yeah.
He has a full built Leandries. Like he can't sustain, dude. It's like it's so rough. Because looking
But
at the
I mean,
gold, yeah, he's
not a
down a K.
counterpoint, but just an observation. Even if Gangplank has a really rough lane, 2 item Gangplank is half chunking your team per barrel late game. And when there's a lot of areas where you don't have vision and you're kind of just like guessing where the Gangplank could be or where their barrel could be, there's a lot of opportunity for the Gangplank to really get back in the game, cause a lot of chaos, do a ton of damage. I mean, we've all seen it, and I think we've all been on the receiving end of it. You're just walking through the jungle, and suddenly you go 2K down to 300 health, and you realize it was the Gangplank just camping there waiting. So don't count
Anytime,
them out yet.
anytime I hear Gangplank, I always remember that play. I think it was 20. When was Suning in the World Finals? I think it was 2023. I think, or no, that was when DRX won. I forgot when, but it was when Bin was on Suning, and it was Suning versus G2, and Bin made that GP play. Oh my God, Jungle Juice. He just got his blue taken from him. Like it's like the law of equivalent exchange, you know. Like you
Yeah.
take my blue buff, I'll take your blue buff and your team's lives.
Also,
So
I think that was 2021.
yeah. Oh,
2022
okay.
was
Yeah, I
DRX
remember
because
now.
23, 24, 25 were all T1.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 20. It was 21 because that's when DRX was forced.
It's getting real late. We're discussing our like pro play history during downtime here.
Ugh. Yeah. I mean, it's like brain rot, you know. But like
You've come to
it's like
the
cool
LCK
brain
cast
rot.
where you got Atlas and Chronicler just like talking about their Pokemon IVs at 3 in the morning.
I mean, I would too. But like, I mean, the game slowed down. There's not really too much to discuss about. I think that we haven't
No.
talked about for like the last 3 games.
So
I mean, the
we're
Draven. I think he's cashed out like actually like officially like I think like once like a
once,
good
yeah.
cash out.
Vi does have the Sundered Sky. Big spike for her, much as it is for Pantheon. You know,
Up
those
40
denting blows.
CS.
Yeah, I mean, that Vault Breaker, those denting blows, it's gonna hit really hard when you stack denting blows with Sundered Sky, that like sort of 1-2 punch in a literal sense. I mean,
Yeah, because
the
like
Rumble up almost half an entire item up over the Gangplank. Look at just these little trades, just a couple ticks of the flamethrower. He's got a
like
quarter.
oh, he's gonna get exhausted. Jungle Jukes is here. He's 3 levels down, but the equalizer is perfectly right on top of his dome. As they're gonna see if he can land
I'm
the
pretty
barrel
hurt.
here. Vision
Oh,
Empire is still losing. Sees this under the tower. He's just giving him a free little delivery. Rehurt gonna pick up. Actually, no kills here. It's gonna be a double to Rainy, and it's just really rough
and if
here
all the
for
champions to just get an
Hunters.
insane stack of kills on, like, Rumble is one that you really want, because when he starts burning your team and getting his equalizer cooldown down to like 30 seconds, and he's dropping that not just in team fights, like you'll see Rumble players just using it to clear wave late game. Like that's how low the cooldown is on the equalizer once you get like your CDR, once you start getting your items, your build online, and it's just, you know what? Draven having a little bit of a rough game. Doesn't seem to matter. He's up 30 CS now. Got killed twice early. 25 CS gap. Rise having a little bit of rough trades early with the Cassio. He hasn't died yet. He now has a bounty on his head. So far, it's all coming up Suresh stance.
Yeah,
And
like
as long as they just continue to play around this Rumble, it becomes very hard for them to lose a team fight. He's got the teleport, which is empowered. Remember, Gangplank has the exhaust. Was a desperation move to try to win lane. Did not work. So now, macro-wise, Rainy can be all over the map twice as often as Vision of Empire can. It's worth noting. It mattered a lot in game 3 and 4 as well.
like I die on the hill that I will always keep taking teleport whenever I play top.
Yeah,
Like
I mean,
regardless.
I agree with you. Unless it's a lane where it's like such a counter that I know I will be able to just win over and over. Like
Or
something
like if
ridiculous,
like
like Pantheon
I'm like
Teemo, where Pantheon can kill him 20 times in a row. I'll take the
yeah, unless
Ignite
like
just to
I'm
secure the
like
kill.
locked in and like my macro is like completely on
Here
point.
we go.
Rise using the Roam Warp to teleport towards the Drake here. That's gonna be a
They did
block.
it!
Oh, oh my
They did
god!
it!
He did it! Oh my god! He did the banana play! He did the banana play! Oh my god! Oh, that's crazy.
He did it!
He did the banana play. I didn't think I'd get to see it, but I seen it. That's
It didn't result in a kill,
crazy.
but it resulted in a flash.
Hey, you killed the clone. You killed the clone. You get 25 gold. And there's gonna be a
Oh,
flash forward with
Manny,
the
look
twisted
out, my
advance. And
brother!
now this will actually result in a kill. Like, oh wow, he
Oh
was healing
no.
a lot with that bloodthirster. Teleport in by
Here comes the
Rainy. Does
cavalry.
have that ult. Gonna use the equalizer here. Gonna do so much damage. The barrier pop by Zoranos, also the heal. So doing a lot of damage with that one. Zoranos does have that red buff. So is able to heal up a little bit there. They know Bill Murray doesn't have that flash. But that's a 3-man petrifying gaze as the roots are coming through. Nature's Grasp going to root up 3 members of Iceborn here as 5 members coming in for the fight here for this 3rd Drake of the game. It's an Ocean Drake of all things, as they're going to look to fight for it, but the gold lead's still firmly in Iceborn's favor. They're going to chop it down a little bit here as Rainy is still here bot. Man, you're going to have to be really careful. Or no, that's not Manny. I got baited. That's Bill Murray. As teleport coming through, yep, he's dead. He overstayed. He's getting hit with the Q there. Gonna get slowed up. The barrel's gonna come through. Doesn't quite
Oh, he
cancel out
lives.
the barrel, and yeah, the gangplank is just really broke right now. So it doesn't quite do enough
Yeah.
damage, unfortunately. But
So
teleport by the Cassiopeia. They really want this Drake. They don't want to give it up. But no equalizer makes it really hard for this Rumble to keep on pushing.
although Equalizer is 75% back. Speaking of, I almost wonder if he mispositioned his Equalizer, if he should have put it at more a tailing away position in that last fight. He put it like kind of up and
Uh,
down vertically in the lane. I
so
do kind
like
of wonder if he had put it sort of like at a sort of like 60-degree angle facing down towards him, if he could have zoned them off a little more and gotten a little more damage out of that Equalizer.
uh it really depends. Like when you're playing Rumble, because it's kind of like when you're using it, it's like Victor E. So like if
That's
you
fair, yeah.
yeah, if you use it like you would a Victor E, but that's a nice little equalizer on the back. It's gonna cut him off. Zoranis taking a ton of damage, and that's going to be the ult coming out from the Draven. Gonna get exhausted by Vision of Empires, and the pop also coming through. Gonna get flashed away from. Only gonna get onto one member. PP Crescent gonna pick up a kill onto Bill Murray as a cease and desist onto the Cassiopeia. The Thunder Sky not gonna be enough as Rainy flashing in. Gonna get heated up. He's burning him down. Vision of Empire, he didn't kill Manny. Manny's healing up like crazy. It is going to be a 2-for-5 ace here for the Drake, and Rainy picking up a triple.
And Draven cashed in. Wasn't much of a cash in, but he did manage to cash in during that, and he is taking a tower here. The Draven getting some much needed gold relief down there in the bot lane. I mean, really just kind of caught out. Maokai got early caught in that, and he did not have the twisted advance available, and it's just that they took advantage of that skirmish that had happened just a moment before. Twisted Advance, very long cooldown early in the game, right? One of the longer cooldown ultimates in the game because it's so game changing. It also pushes Maokai away from playing in the support role a little bit because he needs level 11 and 16 to have the shorter cooldown on his ultimate. So, difficult situation for them. He will have it for the next fight. You can see there it's almost back up, about 80% of the way back. However, Equalizer is already coming back. I'm telling you, you see that level 11, just wait till he hits 16. It's like an Echo ult where you can pop it almost for funsies. Let's take a look at the scoreboard here. We're seeing still a 20 CS lead in the jungle, 21 in the top lane. Rise has actually closed the CS gap, and now Draven is up a full 40 CS. Banana. Insane.
Yeah.
Oh, they go. Oh, this dirty
PB,
smite.
PB Crescents.
Does he use the
Will
Twisted
get
Advance to
taken
live
down
here?
eventually. Yeah, he used the
No.
Twisted Advance to get the root down. So he does get on out there. Nature's Grass is still up, does have that Zeke's Convergence, so it gets that nice little extra cooldown. But like Keyhall recently, he's been having great games. Like this is another perfect game here at the
It really
start.
is. And I was
And then
so
same thing with
skeptical of
Rainy. Like
Rise.
Rainy's just balling out. Jungle Juke's coming in there. That's gonna ghost by Keyhall. They're gonna try to get it on out there, but Rainy using the teleport to protect his mid laner there. So Jungle Juke using
Oh, they're
that
going
teleport.
for
That's
it.
gonna be a nice little Realm Warp there as mid too easy. You're going to get the Equalizer right on top of his dome. Does have the Petrifying Gates. He's going to land that Q. Going to get a little bit of healing, but that's going to be the Seeker's Arm Guard used there. He will get taken down eventually. Gonna use that. Wait, I think he might get a kill here. He almost gets the kill. He
Oh!
will. The poison ticking there. That's a fat shutdown. That was almost. That's 1,000 gold going over to the best player on
1080.
Hunters Association. So now it's going to kind of stall this Baron a little bit here because the pings are coming through. They really wanted to start this up, but they're not going to. Jungle Jukes is kind of getting pushed out of his own jungle by the Rise here. But
That
now the
last
gold
tick of
lead.
the Gangplank ult was devastating. He hit that, and it allowed the poison to tick him almost perfectly to death. Like, as in, it's like that last tick of Ignite. You're ever laning, and you're like, oh, I wish it would tick one more time. And that Gangplank ult did tick one more time just to put him into kill range from the poison. Rehurt just clearing the vision around the Baron. Obviously, that's the next objective that they want right now. They are up a Drake. They're still up 3K gold despite that shutdown. But, I mean, watch out for mid too easy. Like you said, best player, Roa complete, Seraph's Embrace complete, upgraded boots from the mid lane quest. Cassio is going to be very scary. When they get a third item, they are just going to be monstrous. And speaking of, here we go. Maybe, no, deciding better.
That's gonna be a Cyclone and the Nature's Grass. Gonna lock up two. Pop Blossom onto the back line. I don't know what the hell that flash was. I just got completely dumbfounded there. Mid too easy gonna be the first casualty of war here in the fight. The barrels are coming through, but they're not really hitting as much as you'd like them to hit. So now, let's see. Pings aren't coming through for the Baron, so they're not gonna start it quite yet. So they're gonna spot it out with the Farsight Trinket. So they're not going to start the Baron up here, but a good little pick there onto mid too easy, and also blowing his flash. But that Cassiopeia is getting pretty chunky there. You know, tier
It is. And
3 Merc Treads, Rod of Ages, and a full stack Seraphs.
they're going to have to be careful too with the macro here. Obviously, they couldn't take the Baron there. That would have been a horrible decision, especially after the far side alteration, like finding them. However, they gave up their positioning on the map. They now know Rise is at the bottom. Obviously, Rise has high mobility, but they know he has Ghost. He has Realm Warp, but like they have to be careful macro-wise that they don't give away this Baron because we've seen multiple times through these games the Hunters have taken advantage of little like macro slip-ups of getting to objectives early. And when the Suresh stands are not going for those objectives, they're not going to let them rest on their laurels and just not take it. You see they're going to secure vision now. I wouldn't be surprised to see them set up heavily around this Baron. It's only a 4K gold lead at this point. It's not that big of a deal. It's not something that's insurmountable. However, mid too easy also being bottom, having TP when the Rise only has Ghost that isn't even up. So there you go. Rise is now deciding, I got to go. I got to be near the objective. Lets Cassio just sit down there and free farm. Creates that optimal laning state for her. Siver's now just happily collecting some minions. I actually kind of like this game state for Hunters Association as long as they don't somehow lose the Baron and give it away here.
Oh,
However,
you just say that, but Jungle Jukes is caught out. He is dead right as rain there. And it's going to be a 5K gold lead now, and the Baron gets started up by the side of Iceborn Suresh stands. They should be able to burn this down. They do have the Nature's Grass.
Right?
There goes the Cannon Barrage by the Gangplank, but it's not going to amount to too
They're
much.
picking the
A
Drake.
little bit of vision, but
Yeah,
they're trying to
giving up the
deny
Baron.
soul point here. Mid too easy, burning this one down as fast as he can there. Whirling Death
Realm
can
Warp,
be used
Realm
by
Warp.
Manny. Well rope through, but the Nature's Grass going to lock up 3 as they should be able to burn this Baron down just fast enough. They're not going to flash into the pit, and they do claim that one as the exhaust comes through. Perfect equalizer there to win that team fight. As the flashes come forward, they're going to get these kills. Iceborn, they are doing everything right this game here. They go up to an 8K goal lead. BB Crescents with a nice little sneaky juke there. But Rehurts does, oh no, he has the green smite, so I don't think he's going to catch up too fast. As that the Bramble fast over the wall. And
what
does
a
have the
king!
advance to keep on getting out there. And they're just going to keep on chasing him. This is going to be so bad for the death delays here.
Oh my god!
He jukes him once again. Oh my god. There's no way.
What a king!
And he keeps just running away here, stalling his death. Like,
Wait,
really? I'm not gonna lie to you, man. You just gotta die. Like, you just gotta die. Just die. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
the delay was so bad. Like, now
their
you're 30
entire
behind the
base.
rest of your team.
But
So
like,
they break the base open.
Again,
What?
highlight real play, just don't show the end of it, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's only
We
the
show
like the
all the
first.
jukes, and then we just like we post it on the forums, and then just be like, "Look at this sick juke I had versus this Vi." But you got to
Yeah,
black out the rest of the mini map, right?
yeah. Just look at like you just black out like all the death timers or whatnot. Like like
That all
watch the play
started
with no
really with
context.
jungle jukes being caught too. Like the positioning there, I know trying to struggle for vision and stuff, but you can't rely on that clone that much to get you safe when there's so much range, like long range engage from so many of these champions. And if you're gonna get caught out, it can't be as the jungler near the Baron banana. You just cannot let that happen. And now their base is starting to fall apart. Things are getting uglier and uglier for them right now, and it's not looking good. I mean, and this is match point for them as well. Mind you, no team is out here no matter what happens. This is upper bracket finals. They will get another shot pending the results of the other match happening tonight. So, both teams go on to fight another day after this, but obviously you want to come in from the upper bracket. Like I mentioned earlier, securing some more prize money. You know, you get side selection, you better seeding. Like you do want to win here. So looking to close this out as the Suresh stands coming from the lower seed. They are seed 3 against seed 1, so they're not the expected favorites here. But unless they really do something crazy here, this game is looking real good for them. We are cracking the base now at 27 minutes. That's been consistent in the series. Base has been cracked 27, 28 minutes in almost every game.
It actually got cracked like 25 minutes, but
Yeah,
that's
that
beside
that
the
was
point.
yeah. I mean,
But it's
they're
an
in earnest.
11K
Sorry, I
gold
should have.
lead now,
Yeah,
two drakes apiece. But like at this point, like I don't really see them having a way back in. Like they just don't do enough damage to
no,
him, really.
no, they really don't. And I mean, their one way was really shutting down the Draven earlier, and like they did, and now Draven has really got back into the game, has his own 300 gold bounty, almost as big as the Rumble on the Rainy. So I mean, I said as the as Rainy on that Rumble, excuse me. So now they're hugging their last vestiges of survival here in
Oh,
the
they're
base.
gonna knock down three full inhibitors here. The Baron buff wore off about a minute ago, so they're gonna knock down that one. It's gonna be roughly a 4,000 Baron power play here. Searching for a bit of an engage here right now. Drake spawns in about a minute and 20. So that's gonna be a miasma going down there onto Rainy. Gonna have to be a little bit careful. That's a very chunky shield,
I
as
think
they're gonna try to look for
honestly,
that engage.
you got to take these 3 inhibs and reset and spend this fat stack of cash in your wallet, right?
I mean, they're wasting a lot of time, but like they kind of can afford it, you know. Like
Yeah.
now they're gonna start with the resets off here. Really gonna start getting
Now that
priority
the waves
around
are in the
that.
base, yeah.
Um, they're gonna start getting some priority around that Drake. But I stand corrected. I mean, it's so hard to push it into a Sivir and a GP.
Yeah,
Like
and
they,
that's what
they
I'm
clear
saying. Like
waves so effectively.
the overstay, you probably want to go get rid of
Like
those
honestly,
fat stacks of
just
cash
just
before the
just pop
Drake.
the nature's grass. Like at this point, like just pop it. Like just
Yeah.
stop them from recalling and spending that money. Because once I spend that money, it's kind of like it's almost curtains. You know,
Yeah, that's
it's a
what I'm
little rough.
saying exactly, and they are going to seemingly go do that now. And also, I do apologize. I mixed up. I was calling Maokai's R Twisted Advance, which I do feel like is an apt name for Nature's Grasp. Twisted Advance almost sounds like the right thing, but I mixed up his kit. My bad.
Ooh. Drake spawning in about 10 seconds. I mean, there's no wards on it at all, but like you kind of just know what they're doing. So, it's gonna be Soul Point going over to Iceborn, excuse me.
Yeah,
And
and
I
I
mean,
think once you have that full
he's
point, you don't
perfect
wait
game.
around for it before the soul. You just look to end the game with triple inhibs down because they anytime they're leaving the base, you have a teleport threat from the Rumble, you have a realm warp threat from the Rise, you have a Nico going in as a clone outsider threat, right? Like Nico sneaking in as a tank minion or something and doing half the damage to your tower in a couple hits. Remember her empowered W hits really, really hard. Nico she's got a whole item. I was I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of expecting a little bit more on the Nico wallet than just one item.
I mean, he like completely whiffed like two engages, so it hasn't really been a part of like these big
Yeah.
team fights.
Yeah, 5 out
So
of 20 KP.
it's going to be a Baron started up here. It will get spotted fairly soon. I think it was, yeah, it's spotted on that little ward in the river. But the Scryer's Bloom is going to spot it out. But this Baron is pretty much just dead. The Draven is just so strong right now. I mean, you got 4 full items plus another crit cloak. You're at about 90% crit chance right now. So, Realm Warp being used. They're gonna try to catch on the Sivir. She resets in a bush. Gonna use the ultimate to try to get on out of dodge, but the cease and desist
Oh,
will be enough, and that's gonna be your primary wave clear, getting taken out there, resetting on a cheeky ward.
yeah. I mean, again, the hubris to reset. We saw it happen last game to the Skarner, and now we're seeing it with the Sivir just being out of position and really risking in these clutch moments can really cost the game. They're going to be cleaning out those inhibitors again. I assume that you almost have to extend the timer just on the off chance that you don't. Nope, nope.
That's going to be a 2-man pop blossom with the equalizer. Not quite stellar. Cannon Barrage going through. The Nature's Grass going to root people up. But Jungle Jukes is going to Cyclone all over their face. That's going to be 1 kill already. But the Draven does not even care about the kills. He wants to end the game. It is late at night. And it's going to be a night of victory here for Iceborn. So there stands as they take a
Draven,
3-1
no.
victory about here. The Sivir, the Keyhall trying to end the game here, keep that perfect KDA, and Keyhall gonna go godlike, and he's gonna get the last hit there, and it's going to be Iceborn Select Suresh stands picking up a 3-1 victory against the #1 seeded Hero Hunters Association.
So the Titan has fallen here, the number one seed going into the lower bracket. Their opponent should be known here tonight, pending whoever won that other game, the other set that was being played tonight. Wow. I mean, you always expect the top seed, especially with such a dominant run, to come in here and just sort of dominate and run through the bracket. You're expecting this can sometimes be a rematch. It's not going to be the case. We're going to see them go to the bottom bracket. They do have a chance to redeem themselves. I look forward to seeing the next series. Actually, I think that they can
Oh, High
bounce
Alert
back
Penny
off the.
Pals. Breaking news. High Alert Penny Pals swept Stun Gaming.
Wow. So we're gonna see number one versus number four in a low seed battle. 1-4 in the lower bracket. That is next week, April 16th at 8 p.m. That's another BO5. And then the winner of that will go on to face Iceborn Suresh Stands, which, by the way, guys, one of the most odd team names I've ever heard. Love to hear it, but it's been a mouthful all night. But congratulations, you guys, on making it to the grand finals. Just a real quick recap for me. I think it's an easy pick. The MVP is pretty obviously Rainy for me, man. I don't know if you agree with me there, but I just think that the performance in game 1 and 4 was absolutely stellar, just crushing the lanes. Also, just getting a ton of bans thrown at him. I think that respect alone, like that adds to me to the pressure that that player created in this match. But just my personal opinion, I'd love to hear what you think.
Oof, I honestly couldn't tell you. Like everybody like kind of picked it up. Like once we started getting deeper into the series, like Keyhall, I mean, he had a really rough game 1 and then really picked it up game 1 and 2 and then really picked it up 3 and 4 and then but like really honestly, I have to give it to ugh, I got god damn it, I closed out my notes. And I already forgot the name. But let me just open this sucker up real quick. But really, honestly, like if I had to give it to anybody, I really liked Rehurt. I'd probably give it to Rehurt, just because like
He was
overall, like
all of the
consistently,
engages.
yeah, like overall, like when it comes to like consistency, like everybody had like their moments, but Rehurt just overall was just very consistent throughout like the entire series. You know, just
I
kind of
will
just being a
give
really
him
good
huge props
facilitator.
for
So
the farm and
like,
just being like jungle gapping in terms of like just a pure gold lead the whole series. It was very impressive. I feel like Rainey just contributed just so much of the morale and the team fight power and just everything that they were really aiming to do was just executing so much of it in that series. We're gonna there's one game that we just won't talk about. That's okay. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad we can both agree that their entire team played well, though. And honestly, other team played very well as well. It could have gone either way several times. So, GG's to both teams. I'm really thankful that I was able to be here tonight with you, Banana. I really appreciate your time and production as well. EGL, thank you, man. Or NGL, excuse me. Thank you for carrying us through this, man. We all really appreciate it here at Ember.
But I mean, that was a great series. 3-1 victory. Congratulations to Iceborn. And it was a it was a very close series for Hunters. But for now, I mean, we'll see. Next week, Hunters go up against High Alert Payne Pals. Iceborn move into the grand finals. So next week, we'll see who the winner will be in the lower bracket finals between High Alert Payne Pals and Hunters Association. We will see y'all later.